I'm joined by Ryan Austin, assistant coach for the West Indies women. Coach, you've been around the team for some time. What has the experience been like?
Well, yeah, I've been around for about 4 or 5 years now, and it's always a good experience. I mean, obviously in coaching, and most importantly, coaching these girls, it's always a challenge at sometimes, but I love them, and I enjoy every moment of it.
Yeah, is there a favorite part about coaching the girls that stand out to you?
I wouldn't say a favorite part. I would definitely say it's a different experience from coaching the men, I can tell you that. But what I love about it is that, I get to teach, because a lot of the girls still have a lot to learn. So that's probably the best thing about it.
Yeah, the last match, the spinners were exceptional. How important and how did you feel about seeing them go through that?
Yeah, well, obviously after the first T20, we went back and we sat down, we analyzed a lot of stuff in terms of the lengths that they were bowling. I thought they thought they were too full at times. So we got into the team meetings and we discussed that, we wanted to use the pitch a little bit more, probably adjust the pace too as well. So they did that. The meeting was, what I could say is that the meeting before that night was really good. And the girls came out, they executed their plans, and they were really pumped. I could give you a little example, a little mini. It was really funny. She took some tape and she stuck it on her helmet. And she said, "Don't bowl full." Well, we told her, "Don't go there, you get fined." But again, all of them were switched on, and everybody was supporting each other. So that's something that we're going to do again today.
A little bit about this 3Ws oval.
Well, this is my home ground. I've been here. I've played here for over 15 years, and I've had a lot of success. And I'm just really glad to be back here and enjoying the atmosphere again.
Well, best of luck to you and the ladies today.
Thank you.
This is Chloe. Yeah. I'm here.
Carry on. What to do? Team huddle. Sorry. Okay.
To go. Okay.
You're
Sorry.
welcome. Thank you.
Chloe, tough last encounter. How is the team reflected on that loss?
Obviously disappointing. I think we were a bit short with the bat, and I think the bowlers did a really good job for us. Just couldn't get over the line there, but I think as a unit we just I just feel like we needed to just bat a bit longer. I think Haley showed us exactly how to bat in that wicket. It's hard to come in and just start hitting the ball, so it's just about pacing yourself throughout, and hopefully we can do that today and get the win.
Coach Mandla's trying a whole lot of new things. How is the team adjusting to the new environment that he's created?
Quite good. I think everyone's adapting really well. He did say he was going to try many things, and I think the girls are really open to it, which is a nice thing. And we've got a couple of youngsters playing, which is so good to see. But yeah, the team is doing really well with that and handling it pretty good as well.
Your 360 game keeps improving. You're flourishing around the world. What are you working on in particular?
Yeah, just staying nice and calm. I think when I come in, I know I can change the game, but it's just about staying as long as I can. And I think just trying to stay nice and calm in the middle. So hopefully I can do that today and take the team over the line.
Series finale against a team that hates losing.
Yes.
How do you beat Hayley Matthews on this West Indies side?
I always say the team that stays calm the longest will win the game. So hopefully we can stay nice and calm, adapt to any situation that we're in, and hopefully we can get the win.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Ryan Austin, assistant coach for the West Indies women. Coach, you've been around the team for some time. What has the experience been like?
Well, yeah, I've been around for about 4 or 5 years now, and it's always a good experience. I mean, obviously in coaching, and most importantly, coaching these girls, it's always a challenge at sometimes, but I love them, and I enjoy every moment of it.
Yeah, is there a favorite part about coaching the girls that stand out to you?
I wouldn't say a favorite part. I would definitely say it's a different experience from coaching the men, I can tell you that. But what I love about it is that, I get to teach, because a lot of the girls still have a lot to learn. So that's probably the best thing about it.
Yeah, the last match, the spinners were exceptional. How important and how did you feel about seeing them go through that?
Yeah, well, obviously after the first T20, we went back and we sat down, we analyzed a lot of stuff in terms of the lengths that they were bowling. I thought they thought they were too full at times. So we got into the team meetings and we discussed that, we wanted to use the pitch a little bit more, probably adjust the pace too as well. So they did that. The meeting was, what I could say is that the meeting before that night was really good. And the girls came out, they executed their plans, and they were really pumped. I could give you a little example, a little mini. It was really funny. She took some tape and she stuck it on her helmet. And she said, "Don't bowl full." Well, we told her, "Don't go there, you get fined." But again, all of them were switched on, and everybody was supporting each other. So that's something that we're going to do again today.
A little bit about this 3Ws oval.
Well, this is my home ground. I've been here. I've played here for over 15 years, and I've had a lot of success. And I'm just really glad to be back here and enjoying the atmosphere again.
Well, best of luck to you and the ladies today.
Thank you.
Chloe, tough last encounter. How is the team reflected on that loss?
Obviously disappointing. I think we were a bit short with the bat, and I think the bowlers did a really good job for us. Just couldn't get over the line there, but I think as a unit we just I just feel like we needed to just bat a bit longer. I think Haley showed us exactly how to bat in that wicket. It's hard to come in and just start hitting the ball, so it's just about pacing yourself throughout, and hopefully we can do that today and get the win.
Coach Mandler's trying a whole lot of new things. How is the team adjusting to the new environment that he's created?
Quite good. I think everyone's adapting really well. He did say he was going to try many things, and I think the girls are really open to it, which is a nice thing. And we've got a couple of youngsters playing, which is so good to see. But yeah, the team is doing really well with that and handling it pretty good as well.
Your 360 game keeps improving. You're flourishing around the world. What are you working on in particular?
Yeah, just staying nice and calm. I think when I come in, I know I can change the game, but it's just about staying as long as I can. And I think just trying to stay nice and calm in the middle. So hopefully I can do that today and take the team over the line.
Series finale against a team that hates losing.
Yes.
How do you beat Haley Matthews on this West Indies side?
I always say the team that stays calm the longest will win the game. So hopefully we can stay nice and calm, adapt to any situation that we're in, and hopefully we can get the win.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
Today decides it all. West Indies women taking on South Africa women at the 3Ws Oval. We've played ODIs, and that went to South Africa 2-1. We've played 2 T20 internationals, and it is tied at 1-1. Today, the final one is about to get underway. Hello, everyone, and welcome to what is shaping up to be an absolute crackerjack of a match. The big question, though, will South Africa finally win a toss? We head to Samuel Badri to find out. I can't hear Craig, if anything. Okay.
I won't be here.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now, yeah. So I know we're on the same surface, so it could just be a case of same surface for today. Batters, they struggled in the second T20 international. Will it be more of the same? Stacey Ann will tell us now.
The sun is beaming down for this important match, the series decider. Well, we're on pitch number 3, which means the dimensions, it's a 58-meter hit square, and down the ground, it's a 60-meter hit. The surface, on the other hand, we used this surface yesterday, so as I get a bit closer, there's still just a few dark marks, which means a few of the batters mentioned that it was just a bit tricky for them to play on the surface. Adaptability and consistency had to be key because the bowlers, they had to find the correct lines. Most of them kept at it, and the batters, well, they had to spend a bit more time. I think a score of 150 will be a competitive one. Well, what do I know? Stay tuned for the action.
Said stay tuned, and that indeed we will do. From here, I'm going straight into the interviews, or are you asking anything? No problem. Well, all throughout the series, we've dived into the camps. Today, we get a chance to listen to 2 spinners. One retired and now coaching, and one still on the field.
Joined by Ryan Austin.
As I can, and I think just trying to stay nice and calm in the middle. So hopefully I can do that today and take the team over the line.
Series finale against a team that hates losing.
Yes.
How do you beat Hayley Matthews on this West Indies side?
I always say the team that stays calm the longest will win the game. So hopefully we can stay nice and calm, adapt to any situation that we're in, and hopefully we can get the win.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
No, but are we able to slightly lower the program audio so that I can actually hear you guys while that is playing in terms of the counts out of it? Because that's coming through a little loud in my ear. Now, I say if we could lower the program's level in my ear so that I can hear when you guys are talking, especially for Les for the counts, because the program a little loud. Yeah. No problem. So these are last reactions, right? So gas, all right, no problem. All right, cool. No problem. So coming out of that cast, let's look towards what they can do in this third T20 international. What are you hoping to see from them? Yeah. Shakira, 1 win for the West Indies so far. They'll be hoping to get to. What do they need to do to double down and get this series now? No, we didn't, because coming out of that is the Hayley and then the Annery Dirksen, correct? Yeah. Yeah. I probably asked 50th T20 international for Hayley Matthews yesterday, and it was a good one, Shakira. A different type of innings. Talk us through it. Yeah. broadcast. Annery Dirksen is a name that we're looking for as the future of South Africa. How can South Africa get more out of her in this final T20 international? Alrighty, no problem. Cheers. Yeah, right. All right. I'm gonna show you what mark there is. They gonna do this last night. All right, cool. Oh.
Final toss of the series, indeed final toss of the tour, and as important as any, series is on the line. The captains are here, Laura and Haley of South Africa and the West Indies respectively. The ever-present face of the match referee, Mr. Akhtar Ahmad, is here to oversee once again. Haley, you've got the coin?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Yes, we're going to bat first.
Finally a win for you, Laura. The odds in your favor. I can hear your teammates clapping behind. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to have a bat first today. Same wicket as the last game. It was pretty slow last game, so want to make the most of it with the bat.
So essentially no need for the toss because you win and you're batting again anyway. You've made mention of the pitch today. It's a 2 p.m. start. What are your expectations today as compared to yesterday?
I think not too much will change in one day. Like I said, pretty slow yesterday. I think it'll play pretty similarly today. So yeah, just have to set up a good total with the bat.
And with the ball, any sort of plans to counter Hayley Matthews in particular?
Yeah, she batted very well last game. Can't tell you exactly what they are because she's standing right there. But yeah, hopefully we can get her a bit earlier this game.
Any changes to your playing 11?
We got 2 changes. Sunailis comes in and Tumi Sekekuna come in for Matsubata Class and Henry Duxon.
Any reasons for that? Strategic?
Yeah, just strategic.
Okay, thanks. All the best today.
Thank you.
Haley, if you can join me here. You lost the toss for the first time, but I guess you got what you wanted to do anyway?
Actually wasn't too sure what we wanted to do today, so quite happy that Laura probably won the toss today. Yeah, I think, like she said, a day 2 wicket, but we also went about our bowling innings really well in the first innings yesterday.
Congratulations on your awards last night. Congratulations on that win in the last game. I guess it's repeat today?
Yeah, 100%. Look, like I said, I think we went about our game plans really well. I think we definitely had a lot of changes to the way we wanted to go about after that first match, and the girls were able to come out and execute really well yesterday. So hopefully just to repeat when it comes to execution and we end up on the winning side at the end of the day.
And after the awards ceremony last night, how buoyed are you guys? How buoyed are you guys?
Yeah, I think we're pretty excited and pretty happy to be out here today. Obviously honorable being a part of something like that last night, so well organized with so many, I guess, great legends within the room as well. So yeah, pretty happy that we were able to be a part of that, but also really ready for today and hopefully able to knock down a series win.
Any changes to your playing 11?
No changes.
Thank you very much. All the best, Haley.
Thank you.
Well, for the first time in this tour and this series, South Africa have won the toss. And guess what? They're batting first again.
Today decides it all. West Indies women taking on South Africa women at the 3Ws Oval. This is what the series looked like. The ODI series taken by South Africa, 2-1, and now we're 1 apiece in this T20 international series. Today, the final showdown. A pleasure to be with you here on the last dance, I think is what we will call it for today. And there's a big question on our minds. Will South Africa finally win a toss in this series? We head to Samuel Badri to find out.
Final toss of the series, indeed final toss of the tour, and as important as any, series is on the line. The captains are here, Laura and Haley of South Africa and the West Indies respectively. The ever-present face of the match referee, Mr. Akhtar Ahmad, is here to oversee once again. Haley, you've got the coin?
Tails.
Tails is the coin.
Yes, we're going to bat first.
Finally a win for you, Laura. The odds in your favor. I can hear your teammates clapping behind. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to have a bat first today. Same wicket as the last game. It was pretty slow last game, so want to make the most of it with the bat.
So essentially no need for the toss because you win and you're batting again anyway. You've made mention of the pitch today. It's a 2 p.m. start. What are your expectations today as compared to yesterday?
I think not too much will change in one day. Like I said, pretty slow yesterday. I think it'll play pretty similarly today. So yeah, just have to set up a good total with the bat.
And with the ball, any sort of plans to counter Haley Matthews in particular?
Yeah, she batted very well last game. Can't tell you exactly what they are because she's standing right there. But yeah, hopefully we can get her a bit earlier this game.
Any changes to your playing 11?
We got 2 changes. Sunelis comes in and Tumi Sekekune come in for Matsabata Class and Anne Jackson.
Any reasons for that? Strategic?
Yeah, just strategic.
Okay, thanks. All the best today.
Thank you.
Haley, if you can join me here. You lost the toss for the first time, but I guess you got what you wanted to do anyway?
I actually wasn't too sure what we wanted to do today, so quite happy that Laura probably won the toss today. Yeah, I think, like she said, a day 2 wicket, but we also went about our bowling innings really well in the first innings yesterday.
Congratulations on your awards last night. Congratulations on that win in the last game. I guess it's repeat today?
Yeah, 100%. Look, like I said, I think we went about our game plans really well. I think we definitely had a lot of changes to the way we wanted to go about after that first match, and the girls were able to come out and execute really well yesterday. So hopefully just to repeat when it comes to execution and we end up on the winning side at the end of the day.
And after the awards ceremony last night, how buoyed are you guys? How buoyed are you guys?
Yeah, I think we're pretty excited and pretty happy to be out here today. Obviously honorable being a part of something like that last night, so well organized with so many, I guess, great legends within the room as well. So yeah, pretty happy that we were able to be a part of that, but also really ready for today and hopefully able to knock down a series win.
Any changes to your playing 11?
No changes.
Thank you very much. All the best, Haley.
Thank you.
Well, for the first time in this tour and this series, South Africa have won the toss, and guess what? They're batting first again.
Thanks a lot, Samuel Cass-Naidu and Shakira Selman alongside me. For the final time, ladies, let's look through these teams.
As has been the case all tour, Coach Mandla Mashimbi trying a couple of new things with his playing 11. For the first time since 2019, Sunelis opening in a women's T20 international alongside Tasman Brits. Laura Wolfhard's being asked to come in at the first drop. What that allows is the team to have some stability in the top 6 and perhaps adapt better to these conditions. The other change, of course, Tumi Sekekune coming in for Anne Jackson.
And West Indies losing the toss today. Haley Matthews saying she wasn't too sure what she wanted to do. Perhaps, though, she is happy that she's being given an opportunity to bowl again. Plenty of bowling options in that lineup. 4 seam options, 3 spinners. The 3 spinners have been excellent across the series. They'll be expecting more from them again.
Thanks a lot, Shakira. I want to stay with you here for a conversation on that second T20 international. We thought it was a different type of innings from Haley Matthews. How would you describe that one?
Yeah, very responsible. It was a real captain's knock from Haley Matthews, and it shows her maturity as a captain and as a player as well. She led from the front, and she knew it could be a tricky chase because the surface wasn't easy to bat on, and she knew she was key to whether or not they would eventually get over the line. She was important to the partnerships, and she knew she needed to be there to the end, and she didn't play a shot in anger until she got in a position where West Indies could win the game. Really responsible from her, and I'm really proud of the way she's growing as a leader.
I definitely could understand why you would be proud of such a performance. 50th T20 International as captain, and picked up a player of the match as well in this series. Cass, I want to swing the conversation across to you now. There's a change there in Sune Lees. My only question is, why do you think that change was truly made?
She brings the calm, cool, collected effort of someone who's played over 100 T20 internationals. Coming at the top of the order, perhaps there's an opportunity for the coach to say, at number 3, we want Laura Wolfhard to come in with that experience to stabilize the innings. Sune Lees in the ODI series, that second ODI, was really good. The way she was able to accumulate her runs and build a partnership and then accelerate. There's a great opportunity, the coach as well, to test out different batting combinations. He wants to win, but more importantly, he wants to learn ahead of the next T20 World Cup coming up in England.
Yeah, definitely a chance for him to establish himself as a coach in this. We don't forget that this is his first T20 International Series as well, so you can certainly understand the changes and all that he is doing. So we've talked about the teams. Let's talk about the surface. It's a surface that batters said they've struggled with. You wonder if it might be more of the same. Well, Stacey Ann King has those answers.
The sun is beaming down for this important match, the series decider. Well, we're on pitch number 3, which means the dimensions. It's a 58-meter hit, square, and down the ground, it's a 60-meter hit. The surface, on the other hand, we used this surface yesterday, so as I get a bit closer, there's still just a few dark marks, which means a few of the batters mentioned that it was just a bit tricky for them to play on the surface. Adaptability and consistency had to be key because the bowlers, they had to find the correct lines. Most of them kept at it, and the batters, well, they had to spend a bit more time. I think a score of 150 will be a competitive one. Well, what do I know? Stay tuned for the action.
What do you know, Stacey? Well, let me tell you what I know. Right now I know is that it's time to talk to 2 spinners. One has hung up the boots and is now in a coaching role. The other is still on the field.
I'm joined by Ryan Austin, assistant coach for the West Indies women. Coach, you've been around the team for some time. What has the experience been like?
Well, yeah, I've been around for about 4 or 5 years now. And it's always a good experience. I mean, obviously in coaching, and most importantly, you know, coaching these girls, it's always a challenge at sometimes, but you know, I love them, and I enjoy every moment of it.
Yeah, is there a favorite part about coaching the girls that stand out to you?
I wouldn't say a favorite part. I would definitely say it's a different experience from coaching the men, I can tell you that. But what I love about it is that, you know, I get to teach, you know, because a lot of the girls still have a lot to learn. So that's probably the best thing about it.
Yeah, the last match, the spinners were exceptional. How important and how did you feel about seeing them go through that?
Yeah, well, obviously after the first T20, we went back and we sat down, we analyzed a lot of stuff in terms of the lengths that they were bowling. You know, I thought they thought they were too full at times. So we got into the team meetings and we discussed that, you know, we wanted to use the pitch a little bit more, probably adjust the pace too as well. So they did that. The meeting was, what I could say is that the meeting before that night was really good. And the girls came out, they executed their plans, and they were really pumped. You know, I could give you a little example, a little mini. It was really funny. She took some tape and she stuck it on her helmet. And she said, don't bowl full. Well, we told her, don't go there, you get fined. But again, all of them were switched on, and, you know, everybody was supporting each other. So that's something that we're going to do again today. A
little bit about this 3Ws oval.
Well, this is my home ground. I've been here, I've played here for over 15 years, and I've had a lot of success. And I'm really glad to be back here and enjoying the atmosphere again.
Well, best of luck to you and the ladies today.
Thank you.
Chloe, tough last encounter. How is the team reflected on that loss?
Obviously disappointing. I think we were a bit short with the bat, and I think the bowlers did a really good job for us. Just couldn't get over the line there, but I think as a unit we just I just feel like we needed to just bat a bit longer. I think Haley showed us exactly how to bat in that wicket. It's hard to come in and just start hitting the ball, so it's just about pacing yourself throughout, and hopefully we can do that today and get the win.
Coach Mandler's trying a whole lot of new things. How is the team adjusting to the new environment that he's created?
Quite good. I think everyone's adapting really well. He did say he was going to try many things, and I think the girls are really open to it, which is a nice thing. And we've got a couple of youngsters playing, which is so good to see. But yeah, the team is doing really well with that and handling it pretty good as well.
Your 360 game keeps improving. You're flourishing around the world. What are you working on in particular?
Yeah, just staying nice and calm. I think when I come in, I know I can change the game, but it's just about staying as long as I can. And I think just trying to stay nice and calm in the middle. So hopefully I can do that today and take the team over the line.
Series finale against a team that hates losing.
Yes.
How do you beat Hayley Matthews on this West Indies side?
I always say the team that stays calm the longest will win the game. So hopefully we can stay nice and calm, adapt to any situation that we're in, and hopefully we can get the win.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
Lovely insights coming from inside of both camps. Cass, I want to take you to the South African camp. You had a chance to talk to Sune. You've had a chance to be around the girls. What's that mood ahead of this 30-20 international?
I'd like to take what Chloe Tryon spoke about. She said, we need to remain calm, but it's about the youngsters absorbing pressure in a crunch game. Miane Smith, Karabo Misa getting an opportunity again for the third Women's T20 International. What that says is that the coach wants to back young talent ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup next year. It's a big encounter. They haven't quite clicked yet, but perhaps this is an opportunity alongside experienced players to do exactly that.
Shakira Salmon, let's begin to balance the conversation now. The coaching staff for the West Indies side, this is a big one. What are their words ahead of this one to those young ladies?
Yeah, the first few words obviously will be don't bowl full. So you heard Ryan Austin speak about that, don't bowl full. But yeah, they'll be asking for consistency over longer periods, and they'll be asking for them to replicate what they did in that last game. They want the batters to show responsibility when they get in, and they want them to bat alongside Hayley. Even if Hayley fails, they want the other leaders in the team to step up.
Cass, batters failed for South Africa in that last one. They're batting first again. They've decided to bat first. What's their approach today?
Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. That was the key to them winning the first Women's T20 International. That will be the talk. You have enough time. Be patient, rotate, strike, put away the bad ball.
Ball in hand for West Indies. Quickly, Shakira, West Indies. More of the same. What are they thinking here with ball today?
Yeah, more of the same. Discipline, effort, fewer boundary deliveries, and then they can be in control.
Will they be in control today? South Africa took game number 1. West Indies took game number 2. Last night, Cricket West Indies held their awards. Will there be more to celebrate for the West Indies ladies tonight? Live action, it's coming up next.
Final T20I today. West Indies up against South Africa, and we're live from the 3Ws Oval in Barbados. All to play for. Remember, the series is tied at 1 apiece. Expect some fans to come in today. Expect some entertainment. Both teams looking to rest their hands on that trophy. West Indies, well, they are unchanged based on their last playing 11. In South Africa, on the other hand, they've brought in 2 players, Sunelise and Sekokune. Tumi Sekokune in for Dirksen and Masabata class. And for the first time in this tour, South Africa, they've won the toss. And quite unsurprisingly, they've decided to bat first. So it's been the same sort of procedure every step of the way. West Indies bowling, South Africa batting. And as we've seen too, in the first 2 matches, Hayley Matthews with the ball for the first over. Tasman Brits in her familiar position at the top of the order. And she has a new partner today, Sonia Lees. The last time she's opened the batting in this format, 2019. So it's been a long time since she's been given this opportunity again. Perhaps the thinking is to extend that batting order with the South African captain slated to come in at number 3. And a bit of an issue with the bat in game 2, only getting to 113. The key to assess the conditions, and that's the job of these 2, the batters starting the innings. First ball.
Oh yes, steady. Come on, girls,
It's such an important job the opening batters have in any format, really, to lay the foundation and to feed the information, whatever they glean, back to their teammates and to set the tone. And we've seen this from Hayley Matthews before. In the first over, she's not afraid to just flight the ball. It's the most vulnerable time for any batter, and she opens the batting herself, so she will know the thought processes more or better than most. And if you want to take her on in the first over, take a risk, then by all means. But if she can get a wicket, she knows the value of that. Shakira Selman alongside me. Good afternoon, Shakira. Your thoughts and expectations for this one?
Good afternoon, Samuel. Good afternoon, viewers. Yeah, brilliant from Sunil Lee. Promoted to the top of the order, and she gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, this is what batters who have been successful have done well. The use of the feet. So the flight again from Hayley Matthews and the courage to take it on in the first over. That has resulted in a change in field, the mid-on to long-on. So she has protection there now. Now this will challenge the boundary again. So smart batting again from Lees, going away to the offside, giving herself the opportunity to get it in that direction. 2 boundaries in the over. Good start. 9 without loss.
Yeah, good manipulation of the field. Square leg brought into the circle. I'll make the most of it.
Yeah, Sunil Lees in for her first game of this series and already showing signs of intent and aggression. Shonisha Hector with the new ball again. Started off with a short length in game 2. She has those fielders deep leg side again, so perhaps a similar sort of plan. Something that they were happy about their planning in game 2 and to go with it, the execution. But interested in 2, and that is brilliant running if they get there. Really is. The moment she played the shot, she weighted it well, and the decision was early response. Great.
Yeah, excellent communication. Placed it in between the 2 fielders in the deep, just soft enough. And that first run ran so quickly, she was able to cross for a second.
And Brits seems prepared to take on that short ball despite those 2 fielders there. As though that 2 times she's opened the batting previously for South Africa, she's gotten 7 and 62. And some bounce, some pace from Hector. And we've seen Nimali Pereira throughout this tour. 48 T20I for her. And Jacqueline Williams. Very unique spelling of her name. television umpire as we look at that wide. Maria Abbott, these are the match officials who have been assigned for this tour, this white ball tour. And so they've been with us for the past 2 weeks and doing a splendid job. And she has the protection there, just a single this time.
Badri, I realize I never quite answered your question about what I expect.
Yeah, I thought you were just ignoring me.
I would never ignore you, Badri. Come on, I was thinking about my answer. Yeah, but I expect West Indies to do more of the same. From last time it worked for them. They were able to limit South Africa on a very tricky surface. But I also expect South Africa to adjust better. They've already adjusted by putting Sunil Lee at the top of the order.
Wow. Exceptional striking from Brits. What a way to end that over. 18 without loss.
Yeah, how good. Over pitch, and she cashes in. Tasman Brits.
Last ball of the previous over, you can just look at that on repeat. Given the width, the length, still has to hit it though, place it and time it. Clarkston. Now we've seen this from Hayley Matthews. Clarkston starts with a wide. We've seen that from her too before. Hayley bowling that first over and then bringing on Clarkston thereafter. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, she just doesn't want the batters to become accustomed to any one bowler. Unless, of course, the bowler seems to be causing trouble. Hayley herself went for 9 in her first over today. Last game, it was only 2 runs. But she doesn't want the batters to become settled. And also, it's work using Clarkston for the third over, so why not do it again?
I'm really thinking about using her with the new ball for the first over as more of an attacking option. Because I've seen it quite often in T20 cricket. I'm not saying Hayley is anything remotely close to a part-time bowler, but I just think it's a slightly defensive option in some cases. You mentioned that it worked a couple times, and rightly so. But I'm just wondering if, from a more aggressive standpoint, if she can start with Clarkston. Because as you and I would know, it's a different ball game facing someone with the new ball, first delivery in the first over, as compared to facing them in the third over when you've already seen a couple overs.
Yeah, certainly. I think Hayley considers herself a wicket taker as well in this phase. And also, I just wonder if at the back of her mind and the support staff, they're thinking it's a T20, let's get our best bowler in. Even if it seems defensive, we don't want to give away any boundaries. We want someone to bowl with control for that first over and set the tone of the innings.
In the end, she gets a hand to it. Almost goes past her. Yeah, she feels as though she missed out on that one. Tasman Britt's short, and perhaps she was looking for that length. That's crunched, really well connected. If she missed the previous one, she doesn't miss that one. 26 without loss.
Yeah, how she managed to hit this one wide of long on. Picks name so quickly, Tasman Bricks.
Needham's Point, Barbados, not too far from where we're staying. Established in 1550. Maybe 1650, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to go and have a closer look when I get back to the hotel. Karishma Ramarak, so she, as she's done before, bringing in the changes in the first 6. Quite windy. That's one thing that has been standard throughout this series. The strong wind, gale force wind at times. Yesterday, as soon as the game was completed, there was a strong wind, really strong wind, and some rains. Inside out, good shot. Will run away down the hill for a couple. Yeah, the ground staff had a very difficult time yesterday after that game to get the covers onto the surface. And they've done a wonderful job with the preparation. It's the first time that cricket at this level is being played here. Commendations to them for all of their hard work. I think that the opening batters have sort of assessed conditions and have determined, Shakira, that this seemed to be a good pitch and they need to get upwards of 150. Taken. Sunelise trying to help that one, not timing it well enough, and Ramarak strikes in her first over.
Not the best timing, not the best placement. The shot was on. Just needed to get it to the right of Glasgow, and she would have gotten a certain boundary. At least though walks back for 13, 29 for 1.
Wicket in the power play again for the West Indies. They've taken 2 wickets in the power play in the first 2 games. There's a really simple catch in the end. Needed to put some more power on it. Sunelise, she just tried to help it and didn't have enough pace to go over the infield. South African captain Laura Volvaert. A bit of a misfield, should have been stopped. Off the mark with a couple.
Yeah, Leah Aline, the culprit at cover. And needed a better diving effort.
Quick single, taking on the fielder. And gets there in the end, 32 for 1 after 4.
Could be close, could be tight. A windy couple, I would say, weeks we've had here at the 3Ws Oval, and this is just yesterday. That is an absolute struggle. Kudos to these guys, I must say. It could almost be a competitive sport, that. His body is on the line. Someone is saying kite surfing, Stacey.
Yeah, they're probably just having a chuckle as well. Yeah, but the wind has been quite strong at this venue.
Length was there for that shot, but no pace at all to work with.
And you can almost think from a Tasman Brit's perspective that if she had gone through with the shot, the wind would have helped her.
Yeah, that leg side area, that is where she's hitting with the wind. So that area, that is where the wind is blowing. Another slower ball though from Claxton, and this is what we've seen throughout the games that she's played.
That's also what we've seen from Tasman Brit. She will slug sweep into that leg side. It's very powerful. She scored a number of runs with that slug sweep.
Maybe gets away with that one, Claxton.
You say maybe left or right of Kiana Joseph, and that could have been a boundary. You can see she's searching for the Yorker length delivery. Yeah, just getting it wayward, and good fielding, good placement by the skipper.
Doesn't find the gap with that one either, just one. I would say bowling to the field because two are back on the leg side.
And she'll have to be careful as well though, because Tasman Brit is on strike and she hits them quite hard. Her placement has been good throughout the series as well.
It got some height, that one. Pace on it as well. Fumble, but no damage. End of 5. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, what a delivery from Jazara Claxton. That final delivery really did surprise Tasman Brit. Yeah, short rising delivery. Did well to get bat onto ball. We'll see, it was
Sunelise into this game, first of the series. Provided some impetus, got them off to what might be considered to be a decent start. Hayley Matthews to bowl the last over of the power play.
Yeah, she rightfully has done throughout the other two matches.
Straight back. Maybe not the best of connections, maybe not the middle.
And fielding by Chanel Henry in the deep. Yeah, good crowds building up.
Quick single, and scampered, and that's what you do when the boundaries aren't coming. Get that strike rotating.
Yeah, it's been 16 deliveries since the last boundary has been struck.
Final ball of this power play, a very important ball as well. The crowd continues to grow in this final T20 international. A single completes the power play, 40 for 1. Crowds have come in for this series, and we hope that they also stay as we head across to the men's action after this. Don't forget, a big test series coming up in the Caribbean. That first test match bowls off at Kensington in what could be, I think, about 48 hours or so, Stacey. Sir Clive Lloyd taking in the action. We know what he can do on the field. Celebration of that 50th anniversary of that World Cup win in 1975. He was there for it. Affy Fletcher here for this now. The contest that we're looking forward to, Stacey Ann. Contest that they are looking at right now is legends. Those names stand tall, stand above many, certainly. His probably the tallest of them all when we think about it.
I totally enjoyed that ceremony, that gala. And for the players, CWI and WIPA Awards Gala and Gala last night. It's good to see some of the girls and the guys all dressed up and looking sharp.
Yeah, the tuxedos and the suits came out last night for that 50th anniversary celebration. But this contest brewing right now, Stacey Ann, between Brits and Fletcher. In the first T20, Brits took her apart. The second T20, Affy Fletcher picked up her wicket and she was pushing those balls wider to Brits. You wonder, does she do something similar in this one? It could be interesting because Brits is a big piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, agreed fully. Again, it's just knowing which batter to bowl, what length to and what lines to. You see, for Wolvart, she's a bit straighter, but the length is much shorter, and for Britt, she's much wider, forcing her to score 3 off.
Excellent execution from Wolvart. End of 7, 48 for 1.
A partnership with 19 between this pair, but this is the danger for the West Indian bowlers.
16 dots so far in the innings. This pair at the crease is a pair that rotate, strike well. They know each other well. Picked up the only wicket so far. Ramarak, she's back.
Oh, yes. Yeah, one thing for certain is that Britt is going to charge at her. She has a bit more protection. And 3 fielders in on the leg side boundary.
Oh, yeah. You talked about charging, and we know it as using the feet. And I'll get your take on this, Stacey Ann, because something that has been noticeable has been the use of feet from the South African batters, maybe in comparison to the West Indian batters. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's definitely a good point, because the South African batters, they're quite comfortable. They come down and they come in the line of the deliveries or just outside to open up the scoring on the offside, as Wolvat just did.
Brings up the 50 for South Africa. A bit of a fumble from Hector.
Yeah, I think that's the area they've got to look at. Once Laura Wolvat is on strike, she likes to score through the off, so she'll back away on the leg side to open up the scoring on the offside. When Tasman Britt is on strike, she tends to sweep. She loves to slug sweep into that cow corner region.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Good from Ram Harak, creating a bit of pressure. Just 2 runs from the over so far and 1 ball to go.
Tries the broom in the opposite direction, not successful. 50 for 1.
Five bowlers used so far by Captain Hayley Matthews, including herself. South Africa after 8 overs, a 50 for 1. Laura Wolvat winning a rare toss in this series decider. Here's Afi Fletcher. Coach Mandla Mashimbi trying a couple of new things today as he prepares for that Women's T20 World Cup in England next year. Sine Lees opening the batting with Tasman Brits today. Laura Wolvat coming in at 3. That's a good shot. Decision making on the surface, so important. They dotted up quite a bit in that second match, and they would have spoken about how to not allow West Indies bowlers to settle.
Yeah, and especially Afi Fletcher had 2 for 13 from her 4 overs yesterday. Bowled really well, good control, as she usually does. But the batters weren't prepared to use their feet to her. Britt has been doing that really well.
Crisp off the bat from Laura Wolvat. Wonderful shot.
Yeah, just the way she moves about at the crease, which creates this shot. Slow, good line again from Afi Fletcher. Perhaps predictable. And just short of the boundary. Look at that early movement, great connection.
We've had some real discussions about how they could have batted better in that second match. When Tasman Brits went out, South Africa were really tested, had very few answers. Today, Coach Mandla Mashimbi has shuffled the batting lineup and has set them targets. Straight to Kiana Joseph. And a big wicket for West Indies.
Yeah, this is what Afi Fletcher has done so well throughout her career. Another wicket for her. Brits advancing but not getting to the pitch of it. Kiana Joseph holds on. Brits goes for 20, 57 for 2.
All to play for in this series decider. West Indies have got 2 crucial wickets. Both the openers back in the change room. Niene Smith given an opportunity to debut in this Women's T20 International Series, playing her 3rd game in a row, and this is why she's here.
Clever again from Afi Fletcher, the pace at which she bowls and her control. She knows that Brits likes to come down, so she just held her length back, had to go across it and found Kiana Joseph. They needed that wicket.
Yeah, opening stand of 29, second wicket stand of 28, so 2 partnership starters, but none kicking on yet. She's hit the ball and run immediately. Mia Naismith off the mark. 9 overs gone, 58 for 2. Just talking about how Coach Mandla Mashimbi has reworked that top 6 in a Leafs opening for the first time in Women's T20 International since 2019, but also separating the youngsters, Smith and Miso. Good-looking batting lineup, but West Indies have 2 important wickets. On Cap, who's come in at 3 for the first 2 games, will bat at 5. An important passage of play here, and they should be taking notes at how Hayley Matthews constructed her innings in that match-winning knock in the second match. Nisha Hector to bowl the 10th over. Hayley Matthews, she did so well at rotating the strike, putting away the big shots, ensuring that she was there at the end. And Laura Wolfart will be thinking the same. They need to get a competitive total here batting first.
I just think that at times they're a little bit too frenetic, South Africa. They're looking to do a little bit too much too early for my liking. I think they have to understand what that competitive total is, and maybe they're aiming a little bit too high. 183 what they got in the first game, that was well over par, and I don't think necessarily that's the sort of target they should be looking for. They got 116 in the game yesterday, and West Indies won that in the last over. Yeah, they've had some nice overs in between there so far, so maybe if they can assess what that good score is, which is the challenge.
You almost felt if they had another 20 runs yesterday, they would have made a difference. Perhaps not have gone on to win, but it would have put more pressure on West Indies. Taking from what Chloe Tryon said prior to the game, she said the calmest team out there today will win. Wolfart bats at 3 for Adelaide strikers, so it's not an unfamiliar role for her. But certainly in the South African context, it's a little bit different from the rollicking start she usually gives South Africa opening the batting.
Yeah, her pre-match routine, I suppose, just keeping eyes on the ball, getting that proprioception right.
She got that into the right placement to get the boundary. Mia Smith.
Yeah, she's been impressive in this series, if not getting the type of scores that she would have wanted, but her skill set, her aggression, she looks compact and composed. Yeah, I just wonder what that 183 did in game 1. And you get a score like that, and perhaps you set that as the standard, which, as I mentioned, was way above par.
And Mia Smith, she got a good effort in the series so far. But she's a fearless cricketer. Always on the move, always on the charge. Wants to score big runs. So with that kind of attitude, it's the kind of player you want to be able to put into the setup in the bilateral so she can step up to that world stage. Eight from the over, halfway stage of the South African innings, 66 for 2. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Two changes to the South African team today. Tumi Sekukuni in for Masabata Klaas, and Sune Elise asked to open alongside Tasman Brooks.
And just a change at the top, looking for a different start. Elise getting the boundary in the first over, and Brits, as we've seen before, with that crisp drive through the offside, a ferocious pull, and then Elise just trying to help this one. Only manages to help it to the field. Looking to utilize the crease, the different angles. That was one bounce for 4, and then Brits trying to do something similar. Found Kiana Joseph. And the 2 wickets to fall thus far.
5 bowlers that used today so far. Karishma Ramharak and Afi Fletcher with a wicket apiece. Throughout the tour, we've been having some fun with the players, including the youngsters, and this time round, it's Zayda James.
Welcome to Rapid Fire Questions with
Zayda James.
Let's go, Zayda. Who is the funniest on the team?
Kiana.
Who thinks they're the funniest on the team?
Ashmini.
Who's the most annoying?
Ashmini.
Sorry, Ashmini. Who has the best dance moves?
I give credit to Kiana.
Kiana, okay. What is your favorite go-to dance move?
Me, I can't dance.
You can't dance?
No.
Who spends the most time on social media?
Haley.
Who takes the best social media photos?
Haley.
If you weren't a cricketer, what would you be doing right now?
A pilot.
If cricket had walk-up music, intro music, what would your song be?
Oh, God. I think it was like a Coldplay or somebody like that.
Any particular song?
Nah.
Anything from Coldplay?
Anything.
If you had to survive on one food for the entire tour, what would it be?
Pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah.
That's not healthy, Zayda. Most West Indian thing about you?
Oh my God. Most West Indian thing about me? Beach.
Who do you want to send a personal message to right now?
Ashmini.
What's that message?
Dog, stop annoying everybody.
That is rapid fire questions with Zayda James.
I blame that on Joel Manning. The youthful exuberance of Zayda James. I wonder what Samuel Badri's walk-on music was. Jacqueline Williams ready to get underway after the Blue Waters drinks break. What about that walk-on music, batters?
Yeah, a few options. I'm a patriot, a true patriot. I'll walk on to rally around the West Indies every day. I just love that song, the melody and the lyrics, everything just brings out so much passion. So if it's cricket and I'm walking out, I'll rally around the West Indies, but I do love myself a little bit of Bob Marley as well. Iconic and ageless Bob Marley.
Nice one. Yeah, the music, so good here. Here for the Men's T20 World Cup last year and got into soca music. I was in Trini, started enjoying the local food, doubles, curried chicken, Guyana chicken curry. I know they're going to come for me. But it's wonderful to be in this part of the world. It feels laid back. Oh, nicely placed. Hit with power. Unfortunately, a misfield. Allows the boundary. She had it covered, but it went right through her.
I really should have been stopped by Alia Aline. Nafi Fletcher and all of West Indies will be disappointed by that, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just squeeze the South Africans and Laura Vulvat in particular.
She placed it well. Aline made really good ground. Just wasn't able to cut it off. Another little misfield, allows a single. That match yesterday, 6 fours and 1 6 in South Africa's entire innings. They've hit 8 fours so far today. In the air for a bit.
Yeah, we've seen a batter dismissed like that, run out at the non-striker's end. Didn't get a finger to it, but Laura Vulvat was back, I think.
Ball to go in this 11th over, 7 from it so far. Would have been tight. And she touched it. And Mr. Blatter class got a run out in that fashion. Eight from the over, 11 gone, 74 for 2. Have a look at the dot ball column and try to ensure they don't concede too many of these today. South Africa struggled yesterday. It was also a day game, so the ball was sticking in the surface. 9 overs to go. Current rate will get South Africa to over 130, 134. Campbell is rallying the troops. Get some energy out there, girls. Oh, Laura Wolfart, she'll be so disappointed. And all the hard work, and she holds out to her opposite number.
Yeah, good bowling again from Karishma Ramharak. Perhaps getting a little bit of purchase from the surface, trying to hit this one offside. Inner portion of the bat and a simple catch for Hayley Matthews. Very important strike at this stage of the innings. Captain goes 75 for 3.
Karishma Ramharak now has 2 for 9. She's in her third over. The fall of Laura Wolfart's wicket brings the experienced Marizan Cup to the crease. South Africa in a spot of bother. They've had 3 partnerships that have started. None have kicked on. Timely breakthroughs for West Indies.
And this is where the experience of Cap will come into play. This is the reason why she's here. She's looking to go offside over the infield, but just not getting to the pitch of it. And some turn for Karishma Ramharak, inner portion of the bat, and Hayley Matthews well positioned. So how can Cap, working with the youngster, made her debut in this series, how can they now gather themselves and set up this total? I suppose this is the reason for playing, to get yourself in this type of situation and learn on the job.
Spot on, and that's exactly what the coach has been talking about. He wants the youngsters to feel pressure. Miso and Smith would have felt the pressure in yesterday's game, even more so today in the series finale. Perhaps she'll be the aggressor, and Cup will drop anchor and try to be there until the end of the innings.
Yeah, we've had that strong breeze again. They've made a couple changes with the bails though, cast heavier bails, and they've just ensured the groove of the stumps will increase.
Excellent over from Karishma Ramharak. 3 from it and a wicket. 12 gone, 77 for 3.
There, Marizan Cap there as well. A lot of responsibility will fall on these two as we head towards the back end of this innings. Oh, what a position to be in. Oh, lounging, relaxing. I love it. Worked nicely into the leg side and could maybe be 2. Looked originally like good work by Aliyah Aline, but might need to check on that one. Good work in the end. She's misfielded 1 or 2. Has Aline. On this occasion, she saved 2. Position of 80 for 3. Shakira Salmon, Zeta James, you know, watched her on screen. What did you make of her answers? Let's start there, Shakira. She seems to have a nemesis.
Yeah, I did hear Ashmini, Ashmini, Ashmini. Yeah, but at least her answers were quick, rapid.
You saying that tells me that you're probably talking about Chanel Henry's answers and they're not being as rapid. Look at the perfect pair though. They're always together. Ashmini Munasar and Zeta James, the best of friends coming through the ranks of this women's side.
Catch it! Yeah!
Another easy chance. This time it's Hayley Matthews getting her name in the wickets column.
Yeah, Cap going down the order and it still doesn't work. Again, it's a team dismissal. Yeah, just chips it to Karishma Ramarat. In the action today, Hayley Matthews getting Marizanne Cap once again. Cap has to walk back for just one. 80 for 4.
Didn't do much yesterday, Marizanne Cap. Didn't do much today either. Karabo Miso is there now.
Catch it! Oh, yes!
Yeah, again, it's the length that does Marizanne Cap in, not full enough for her to hit that with any bit of control. Really clever from Hayley Matthews.
Come, Kiki! Go, Kiki!
13 bowled, 81 for 4. Barbados's latest national hero, the right excellent Robin Rihanna Fenty. She was effective yesterday. Shakira ran effective again today, Ramarat.
Yeah, no, Hayley Matthews dismissing her yesterday. 0 of 3 it was. Soft dismissal. Just chipped to Clarkson at mid-off. Today, even softer.
Batted up the order yesterday. Came a bit lower. And the result the same for Hayley Matthews.
Catch it!
Say maybe held up, hitting into that big breeze. It's a dangerous area when you think about it. Hitting towards that leg side as a right-hander.
Yeah, Joel. To my count, there have only been 3 maximums hit in that direction over the course of this tour. All 3 by South African batters. Nadine Declare and Tasman Briggs.
Brilliant. Should maybe think too. And that misfield allows it to become comfortable. But the shot, Shakira, the shot. Oh, wow.
Yeah, looks very organized. Mayonnaise Smith. Sound technically. Gets into really good positions. Doesn't try to overhit the ball. And times it quite nicely as well. Good signs for South Africa. Remember, this series is about building towards the future, building for that 2026 T20 World Cup. Slated to be played in England next year.
Big question, will you put back on your clothes for that World Cup, Shakira? 14 gone, 88 for 4. Figures of 2 for 18 today for Ramarat. Figures of 2 for 25 yesterday. Difference maker. Father of Haley Matthews. Getting a nice sip of deserved water. It's hot out there.
I was about to ask you, what has he done to deserve that water? Haley's the one doing the hard work.
Oh, come on, he's put in the years. He's inspired her.
Yeah, he really has. He's been influential over the course of her career. She credits him for the person she's become, the cricketer she's become. They have such a good relationship. So often he's coaching her off the field, and he only wants hundreds. Yeah, played a lot of club cricket here in Barbados as well.
A bit of banter out there in the middle. And rain beginning to join us here, an unwelcome visitor at the moment. The only spectator we don't want. Hopefully nothing threatening. Four runs in the over at this stage. A very good over from Afi Fletcher. Can she close it out? Under edge on that one. She closes it out in style. Wicket for Fletcher. Half the side down.
It really is her ability to adjust. Afi Fletcher takes it wider because Misso went so wide, and a really good catch behind the stumps by Shameen Campbell, vice captain of the West Indies team. Dreaded figure. Riz. Rabo Misso walks back from 5, 92 for 5.
Chloe Tryon is there now, and this is the reason why. A lot of turn on that one from Afi Fletcher. Much slower as well. An excellent catch by Shemaine Campbell. Shanisha Hector comes back for her third, playing in her second T20 international. Started a lot shorter in those first two. Shakira, what are you expecting or hoping maybe for her in this back end?
Yeah, at this rate, South Africa get 10 more than they did yesterday. They'll be hoping to get closer to 132, maybe 140 should Tryon get going. Yeah, slight misfield allows Tryon to get off the mark. Saint Setter has come back with the older ball. She's gone a lot fuller. She's gone to her variations as well. This ball an off cutter. You still expect to see a short ball in between. When you think about variations, you're also thinking about variations in length. Well, on that occasion, does she try to push it by her back? No. It's all about setting up the over, staying one step ahead of the batter.
Goes for the slower ball, but it's met and dealt with by Mia Smith.
Yeah, she spit this slower ball from a mile. Everything slowed up in that action. In the slot. Yeah, smashed over her head.
Slightly predictable, as mentioned, with the action, and I guess, Shakira, that's something that you could maybe talk to her about in terms of how do you begin to hide slower balls like that. Changes to short. Dealt with again. This is brilliant. This is impetus to the innings.
Mia Smith down the ground, and then she pulls one off the back foot. Brilliant batting by the youngster. Races to 30.
You can say she's gotten going here in this innings. There's 3 T20 internationals, don't forget she made her debut in this series. 9-13-30. We call that improvement. Made the adjustment, but dot ball. 16 gone, 102 for 5.
Gaining impetus at the right time, South Africa, and it's come from young Mia Smith. 4 overs to go, 102 for 5. Ideal batting partner in Chloe Tryon, who's on strike now to Claxton. I'll push for 2. Good communication, good running.
And this has been an interesting innings from Mianna Smith, 30 from 23. Good support by Nguri Tryon. They turned blind but committed to 2 runs.
Chloe Tryon spoke about being calm out there and being able to adapt to conditions. What has she seen from the change room and how will she approach this? Slower ball. Pace off has been really successful yesterday, and so too today. From a South African perspective, yet again, a batting collapse, 3 for 17. But Mianna Smith is showing just how it should be done. Great decision making at the crease. As she got there, she hit the first ball and ran immediately. And went straight to the fielder. She showed intent right from the word go. Nabil Jacqueline Williams. There's no...
Yeah, this is what she has done, Jazara Claxton, use the slower option.
That looked very close, and Claxton, she's smiling now, but she thought she had this wicket of Mianna Smith trapped right in front.
It's a back of the arm cutter as well from Claxton. And something she has enjoyed bowling. She's smiling, but she knows that that decision possibly should have been out. The whole leg stump, you could have still seen the leg stump.
Instead down the ground just for a single. That would have been a big wicket. Mianna Smith, top scorer in the innings so far. 5 from the over, 1 ball to go. Projected score 127 at this rate. South Africa will certainly be hoping that they can cash in the last 3, get over 130. Batting out her crease, Mianna Smith. Six from the over, 108 for 5. Good young talent, Mianna Smith. 9 from the first game, 13 from the second game. After she got out yesterday, the coach had a long chat with her. He really wants her to back herself, back her fearless approach. And she certainly has shown that yet again today. Lee's got 13, Goldfarb 28, and Smith now top scorer of the innings, 32 from 26. Can she make this innings really count, be there at the end, and get South Africa to a good score? She's popped that over the top. Kiana Joseph is after it, but the ball will get to the boundary for 4. And this is a good start to the 18th over.
Really good stuff, really good from Smith. Yeah, just using the crease and scooping this one. And Joseph, he couldn't get there in the end, but it's an excellent shot.
I love her innovations, switch hits in yesterday's game. Just behind the wicket, good option in the death overs.
Yeah, change of field. Chanel Henry's now in that position. And that's because Matthews is possibly wanting to bowl into the leg side, so she wants a stronger fielder there. Wide that time, but the plan is clear. Have Smith hit into the big boundary. Have a hit against the wind.
Straight to Kiana Joseph, no run.
Yeah, that's the thing when the ball is following you. You can't seem to hide on the field.
And her teammates are reminding her. It's on you, mate. Lower delivery. Again, she's so good at rotating strikers, Mia Naismith. That's what I've appreciated about her. Yes, she wants to get the boundaries, but she also knows the importance of keeping the energy of the partnership going. 22 from 16 now.
Yeah, I'd put Chloe Tryon on strike as well. She's the senior batter.
Gone past their score from yesterday. South Africa got to 113. 115 for 5 now. 2 balls to go in the 18th over. Not an easy surface to bat on. It just shows you again, not facing too many dot deliveries, finding a way to get off strike.
I got in the outfield. Yeah, Glasgow in the outfield. Boundary rider. 8 runs already from the over. How will Matthews end?
Oh, fortunate for Chloe Tryon. Nine from the over. 2 to go. South Africa 117 for 5.
Yeah, giving herself some room because she wanted to go on the offside, but it's a straighter delivery, gets the bottom edge and it just gets past Jermaine Campbell. It would have been definitely been out if Campbell had gathered.
Excellent from Ramharak and Fletcher, 2 each, 2 for 18 for Ramharak, 2 for 28 from Fletcher. All wickets falling to spin. Have done well to break partnerships as they've been building, similar to yesterday. With 2 overs to go and Chloe Tryon at the crease, South Africa will fancy their chances. Protection on the boundary, just a single.
And staying with her pacer, Claxton, because of her variations and depending on the fielders to do their part as well. Afi Fletcher's already bowled out. 2 for 28. Krishma Ramharak has bowled out as well.
Up and over cover region, and that will be 4 runs. Mia Naismith showing absolute maturity here in the death overs.
Yeah, that's an amazing shot. She waits, she gets to it, she's opened the face, and she's clobbered it on the offside down the ground. So opening up another scoring option.
Yep, that's well appreciated. There's protection on the boundary, and she'll watch it sail over the boundary for 6. Mia Naismith hits a boundary, and then she says, hang on, 1 better, I'll go for 6.
You're reading these slower deliveries from Jazara Claxton and putting bat to ball for the previous over, the previous ball, but steps back into her crease much deeper. The full 6 of the innings, courtesy Mia Naismith.
She's on 48 of just 32 deliveries, 5 4s and 1 6. What a knock from this youngster. Well, the coach will be mightily pleased with this. Giving the youngsters an opportunity in this Women's T20 International Series, a third match in a row, continuity in selection and under pressure. Superb.
And just the ability to work out what's required, using the crease laterally to score.
From the over so far, not that wide. 2 balls to go in the 19th, exactly what South Africa needed.
Yeah, pressure on Claxton.
Your 150 predictions on, Stace.
What do I know?
I don't know, you've won a World Cup, I think. Chloe Tryon tries to go big. There's a fielder out there. She drops it. Alia Aline. That looked to go right to her, and she seemed to be in control. And drops it right at the end.
Yeah, again, doing all the work, Aline. Covering the ground, but taking the catch too low.
That's a no ball. And Miane Smith couldn't ask for a better position to be.
Yeah, second one over the shoulder of the batter.
On 49. And a courtesy free hit too. Down the ground, and she gets to her maiden Women's T20 International 50 in style. Miane Smith congratulated by one of her heroes, Chloe Tryon. 19 from the 19th over, 136 for 5.
And what an innings from the 20-year-old coming into this T20 series, and yeah, she's shown so much composure. Brings up a maiden half century in a 4th match.
Exceptional knock from Miane Smith. 53 from 35 has got South Africa to 136 for 5 with an over to go. Chloe Tryon on strike. Shanisha Hector. Oh, the final over, none for 27 in her 3 overs. Final over. Chloe Tryon tries to go big, but holds out to Grimmond. I think Chloe Tryon, I thought she had a lot more of this.
Hector falling into the slot, but it just holds up for the catching opportunity, and Grimmond does well. Almost looks as though she wasn't sure that she held on to that.
Excellent running catch from Grimmond. Chloe Tryon goes for 9. South Africa 136 for 6. Nadine de Klerk replaces Chloe Tryon, and she gets off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, the runs keep coming. Picked up a first international wicket in the previous delivery, and this time around, Nadine de Klerk just helps that wayward delivery. Yeah, off the mark with 4 runs.
Last 30 deliveries, 50 for 2. That's been courtesy Myrne Smith. South Africa were probably wondering where the runs were coming from. They thought it would be from Chloe Tryon. It's instead Myrne Smith did all the hard work, and she's ensured she's there.
Made an international wicket for Shawnisha Hector. Everyone did well to hold on.
Blustery conditions too. Placement from Myrne Smith. She'll get 2 runs. Two balls to go, 143 for 6. One stage, South Africa didn't even look like they'd get close to 130.
Yeah, they're making quite a few changes in the field for these last 2 deliveries. The fact that she's opening the face of the bat and she's going hard through the off.
She gets that through. There's a fielder after it. Does some good work, and unfortunately it will be signal for. But again, it just shows Myrne Smith. Good placement.
Into the boundary ropes, escorted by Fletcher, for signaled by the umpire, and Smith moves on to 59.
The highest score in all T20 cricket. Thought of a single off the last ball. Myrne Smith has starred for South Africa here, an unbeaten 59 from 38. And South Africa get to 147 for 6 after 20 overs. 15 fours and 1 6. You can see that from Nadine de Klerk, congratulating the youngster. And she's bouncing, why not?
Yeah, initially, they didn't think they'll get to this score, South Africa. They lost a number of senior players quite early, very cheaply. It's the youngster, the 20-year-old Myrne Smith, who stands out with a match-winning, or what could be a match-winning performance.
Just 3 short of the predicted score from Stacey Ann King, and it's largely Myrne Smith to thank for this impetus in the final overs. West Indies did well. Right at the end, they feel that it's probably slipped away a little bit. They need to bat well in the series finale here at the 3Ws Oval. Laura Volfard won the toss, a rare one for her on this tour, and said we'll bat first. 2 p.m. start, and a couple of good partnerships starting, but none were able to kick on. Myrne Smith, a standout performer, her maiden Women's T20 International 50, unbeaten 59 from 38. South Africa 147 for 6 in 20 overs.
Partnerships, Tasmin Briggs and Sune Luce. New opening pair up at top, just able to put on 29, but it was that down the order, Smith and Tryon with 44 from 28, that really stands out, and were able to get them to 147. West Indies bowling, on the other hand, the spinners were excellent. Ramharak, Fletcher and Matthews, but it was Claxton, Hector with her maiden ODI T20 wicket.
Joel Manning now with one of the stars downstairs.
Myrne, I want to start by saying congratulations on that 50. How are you feeling about today's performance?
I'm very happy and excited. I think this is the ideal opportunity for us to seal this series and take the cup home.
What would you say was different today for you in comparison to those first 2 T20s?
I think my mindset was quite similar, always looking to score. We talked about being a bit smarter and adaptive to the conditions. So yeah, I think I played positive and sticking to the brand of the team.
Knowing that this is your first T20 international series, how have you enjoyed this tour of the Caribbean?
It's been amazing, incredible, beautiful country, island, and playing West Indies, one of the best teams in the world, so it has been incredible.
Final one for you, looking at the total that you guys were able to post, how do you feel about that now?
I think it's definitely defendable, and I think the team will have us. I just want to thank everyone and our Heavenly Father for this beautiful day.
Yeah, they certainly were out there congratulating you, and more of that to come. All the best in that second innings.
Thank you.
You can see how much it means to Mia Naismith. Always looking to score. She faced just 9 dot balls. That's the situation. The target for West Indies to seal the series, 148 at 7.4 to the over.
Welcome back to the 3W's Oval here in Barbados, South Africa, winning the toss for the first time on this tour, deciding to bat. Well, they got to 147 for 6. Smith, maiden T20I half century for her. Lots of starts as well, so contributions all around. just the third innings, Stacey. What impressed you most?
Another gem on who did a breakthrough innings from the 20-year-old. Just her ability to pick up the length and not be afraid to play her shots and take on the West Indian bowlers. An excellent innings from her, 59 from 38, just 9 dot balls. Karishma Ramharak 2 for 18, Fletcher 2 for 28. Hector picking up her maiden T20 wicket, and Haley Matthews with 1 for 26.
The wickets to fall. Sunil Lees, the first to go, just finding Glasgow. Not really hitting it, but trying to help it. And because of the lack of pace, couldn't get it past the infield. Tasman Brits tried to manufacture something here, not to the pitch of it. Kiana Joseph with a good catch. And Karishma Ramharak in and amongst the wickets again. Getting the captain, Laura Wolvat, trying to go offside. And then a reverse. Ramharak taking the catch. Matthews, the bowler this time. Simple enough. Afi Fletcher, as she's done so often in her career, slow, good control. Good take from Shemaine Campbell. Q end off the bat. Chloe Tryon just trying to finish off things. The catching from Grimman has been good in the deep. Seems a bit surprised by that one, but importantly she held on. And what does she learn about herself from that knock? One for the future for sure, but in the present, the final match of this tour, the CG United ODI series, went the way of South Africa, 2-1. This one though hangs in the balance, 1 apiece at the moment. Who's going to take it today? South Africa will feel very confident that they can, given this target. West Indies though, with Haley Matthews, Kiana Joseph and others amongst their ranks, they will feel confident that they too can chase this down. Nice and relaxed once again under the trees in the shade, looking on here in this nice intimate venue. You feel so close to the action. Expect a few more people to come in. It's just after work time. Sir Clive Lloyd, the great West Indies captain, in today, looking on. Honored last night in that ceremony, award ceremony, Weeper and Cricket West Indies. 1975 World Cup from 50 years ago. Right, the bars are making their way out, so momentarily we'll have that resumption. What's going through the mind of Haley Matthews, knowing how important she is. 148 the target. She got half century to take her team over the line. Importantly, she was there to the very end, Stacey.
Yeah, she played a very responsible innings, adapted to the conditions, and something she mentioned. Her shot selection, she restricted herself at times. Brilliant stuff from the skipper, but can she repeat that innings? Also for Kiana Joseph, didn't quite get her start, so an opportunity for her. And the importance of that partnership, that pair to get off and the others to just feel relaxed coming in. South Africa, on the other hand, they'll be reiterating those bowling plans. They've been able to get Kiana Joseph out and setting that trap in a few of the matches, so they'll be looking again to see how early they can break this partnership.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they open the bowling with. That left-hand orthodox of Malaba didn't quite work the way they would have hoped against the left-handed Kiana Joseph. So will they go that way again? Haley Matthews just finding out, waiting to see who will be opening the bowling, and then they'll make a decision as to who's taking first strike. Yeah, they are used to this sort of synchronized walkout. Very similar. (1850s) to the name. That 18th one, the slowest of all, but it was based on the situation, and she was able to win the game for her team. Kiana Joseph with a couple. Yeah, and as I suspected, a change in bowling today. So at least the off spinner. So a favorable bowling matchup for South Africa against the left-handed Kiana Joseph. Let's see if this works for them. Let's play. West Indies off the mark, not Kiana Joseph yet, though leg by.
Yeah, then featuring in the previous match, Sune Elise, and featuring in today's match, opening the batting, opening the bowling. It does bowl the right arm off break, but also bowls the leg break.
Yeah, so sort of varying it up against the right-left combination. I'll ask our statistician to find out that information. How many players have opened the batting and opened the bowling in the same match? Bit of a trivia. Just maybe trying to hit that one too hard. Haley Matthews is just signaling that she's sort of trying to bowl a leg cutter.
And previous to this series, she hasn't bowled very much, Sune Elise. But again, the World Cup coming up later this year, so just using those, yeah, trying out those combinations.
Yeah, the conventional off spinner to finish the first over. Quiet start. 2 without loss.
And she's bowled the off spin predominantly against Kiana Joseph, and bowled the leg cutter against Matthews.
Marizan Cup from the opposite end. She's timed a few, Haley Matthews, already in innings, but finding the fielders. Yeah, should challenge the boundary. In fact, it races away for 4. So just using the pace of that delivery from Cap, first boundary of the innings.
You're not trying to overhit this delivery, Hayley Matthews. You just worked it into the leg side and the angle of the bat. The fielder to me, Sikikone, didn't have much chance in trying to get there.
Yeah, a little bit too straight. There's a slip in position for Hayley Matthews. Previously, in the 2 matches before, she had 3 fielders behind point, sort of cutting a single. Now she's being a little bit more attacking, understanding the importance of this wicket.
And she's put in the sweeper as well, Marizanne Kapp, just in case she gives any width. She knows that Hayley loves scoring through that offside, so having the protection out there. And Joseph on strike, so if you feel changes.
Yeah, some dark, ominous clouds in the background there. Hopefully doesn't feature here today. Opportunity goes down, smacked by Kiana Joseph. Cap unable to hold on. Never easy in your follow through.
Yeah, that's not an easy one. It was smashed by Kiana Joseph. Yeah, got 2 hands there, Marizanne Kapp, so it should have been taken by her standards.
Yeah, that's gone. That's disappeared. Errant in line, and Kiana Joseph doesn't need a second invitation. 13 without loss.
Yeah, the full 6 of the innings, and she's been dismissed in this region before, but not afraid this time around to put Willow to ball.
Nice positive start from Kiana Joseph. Just that wrist work, whipping that one for 6. A few things in her favor: new hard ball, the swing, and the wind factor. And that's what Hayley Matthews will be hoping that she can do to take off some of the pressure from her, because she wants to bat deep. So it's a little bit tricky for Hayley Matthews. She understands that she needs to capitalize in the power play. She also wants to manage risk, knowing that the responsibility lies on her. Does that find the gap? Yes, it does. That's crisp hitting from Hayley Matthews. 2 fielders there, bisected them perfectly.
And again, the lateral movement from the West Indian skipper, moved to the offside, pulled into the leg side, and powerfully splits the 2 fielders.
Yeah, trying to hit that one square. The fielders in the deep are mid-wicket and long on, so she knows that square, backward of square, she can get value if she beats the 2 fielders in the infield. And she's been huffing and puffing, maybe just trying to hit that one too hard.
Yeah, this time around trying to go through the offside.
Yeah, not a bad over, you know, just the 4 from it. 5 dot balls, 17 without loss.
And just 4 runs from that over, that Sunil loose over. It's already 13 dot balls, 2 boundaries, 2 fours, and 1 maximum for the West Indies.
Two fours and a 6 already for the West Indies. Fine leg back on the boundary. Straight to the fielder. So she makes an adjustment in the line, Marizanne Kapp. Thick outside edge. And an early strike for South Africa.
It's a comeback from Marizanne Kapp, going across the left-handed batter and getting the top edge that goes directly to the fielder. And Toomey holds on, and Kiana Joseph, well, she's dismissed for 6, 17 for 1 West Indies.
Liliana Grimond, the new batter for the West Indies. Still in the infancy of her international career, so no doubt learning opportunities. This would be as big a test as ever for her. That required run rate starts at over 7.5 per over. And with every quiet over, it will increase ever so slightly. Slip in position for her as well. Now this is the reason why she's here. And cross the left-hander. And thick edge goes flying straight to the fielder. Yeah, she seems to be quite strong through that region. Grimond likes to play on the front foot, likes to drive through the offside. So perhaps Kapp wants to be on the stumps line to her.
And she didn't bat in the second match in yesterday's match. It's an opportunity for her. And you speak about that backward point region. They've now taken out the slip and enforced the fielding there.
Two is the call. She's pushing, but she's timed it well enough to get off the mark with a 4. And that is an area of strength.
It's the bat speed through the shot. Very quick from her and forward of the fielder. Tasman Britton, the outfielder, and she didn't have a chance.
Change up. Slower delivery from Kapp. Also closer line. Power play is such an important phase of the game. South Africa were 40 for 1 after their power play. So a good start for them. Slower delivery again to end the fourth. 21 for 1.
The star of yesterday still at the crease. She replicate and produce more, they'll be hoping. Nadine de Klerk into the attack now. Starts wide. Not where she will want to be if we think about the field that she has set at the moment. Better, and I'm sure Shakira Selma will agree with that one.
Yeah, certainly. First delivery much too straight. With fine leg in the circle. She has a deep cover and deep mid wicket. Almost in front of the square. Just in front of the square. You're thinking single balls. Yeah, that length. That length. That her line as well. Looked to be an off cutter. Just gripped in the surface a bit. Came closer to Haley as well. Finished on off stump, top of off stump.
Yeah, there's that jump outside of that off stump. Looking to maybe use, or rather make use of this power play phase.
Not fully in control, but she's able to rotate the strike, really, Anna Grimman.
Something that we talked about in that digital preview this morning, Shakira, was the approach of Hayley Matthews yesterday and how much, or rather how different it looked. We'll get back to it after this. Are you thinking a similar approach from her today, or are you thinking it might be, she might start going a little quicker?
Yeah, well, it's 35 more runs. Certainly her dad was pleased with the way she went about her innings yesterday. Today he'll hope she can back through the innings, but she may have to go a bit earlier.
Went at that one, and fortune favors her. Gets a boundary.
Yeah, fortuitous. But gets the desired result. Just seems to be struggling with her timing today. Normally she'll cream that ball over cover.
Gets all of that. Good sound off the bat as well. Closes out 5 overs. 32 for 1.
Comfortable looking West Indies count.
This one, she was in control of. Grimman in control of that duck as well. Down, yep. Got out the way. Shakira, there have been some names I've been enjoying seeing in this series, and this is one of them. Ayabonga Kaka is into bowl now. Reason being, I've also done some research on a couple of the names and to understand the meanings behind them. It's been beautiful to just discover some of the meanings behind some of these names. Kaka is into the wickets. Her second delivery, and she strikes.
Excellent from Ayabonga Kaka. Keep the stumps in play when you're bowling to Liliana Grimman. Yeah, well, Hoyt across the line, unable to make contact. She walks back for 5, 32 for 2.
The experienced Shemaine Campbell now at the crease. She started her innings in these T20s a little quicker than usual. Kaka, full and straight. Grimman playing all around it. Celebrations for them. Good two by Campbell to get herself off the mark. In terms of names, Non-Kuleleko Mlaba is one that I had a chance to look up. I'll tell you it after this, Shakira. It's a name that means freedom or liberty, Non-Kuleleko. Intentionally naming is something that happens, or something that I discovered happens in South Africa. I think with Masabata class and the fact that her name is related to being born on a Saturday or the Sabbath.
Did they also tell you how to pronounce the names? You pronounced her name so beautifully just now, Joel.
See, Shakira, it was all a part of the research. I pressed the buttons that pronounce the names for me, and then I practice. 6 bowled, 36 for 2. I said her name just now and I get to say it again. Non-Kuleleko Mlaba into the attack now. look out. Oh, the arm. Oh, wow. Come on, Jacqueline. Oh, the windmill. Laba. Nearly needed the ambulance.
Come lefty, come lefty.
Now, Shakira, we're doing meanings of names. They've asked me to give the meaning of Shakira. Oh, Shakira, Shakira. Hips don't lie.
Oh. Tell you what, just like Zayda said, I can't dance either. So my hips surely do lie.
Massive step across from Matthews. Umpire Jacqueline not interested. You wonder how close was that though?
That was very close. Oh. No wonder Malaba was so confident with that appeal.
Seven bowled. It's 39 for 2. A chance to look at it again, Shakira. First glance looked close, second and third glance. How close for you, Shakira?
Yeah, the slower you do it, the closer it looks. Yeah, they're disappointed, the Proteas.
Yeah, I think they saw the replay as well. I think they looked back. Oh, they have the move, Shakira. Maybe they can teach you. Maybe they can teach you. We found the dance teacher for Shakira Selman.
We were discussing Hayley Matthews and perhaps how she'll go about constructing this innings. When I spoke about her maybe having to go a bit earlier,
Gets enough onto this one, Hayley Matthews. Gets a boundary as well. First in 14 deliveries.
yeah, this is what I was talking about. If given the opportunity to score, she can afford to take them on. Just too wide for Ayabonga Kaka on that occasion, and it's into the strength of Hayley Matthews.
The crowd here certainly enjoyed that. They'll hope to enjoy more. Pace off over again from Hayley Matthews. The result though, not the same. Pace off, probably the reason for it.
I'll tell you what, Joel, that was an even better shot than the previous one because she was slightly outfoxed by the pace off. She kept her shape and she was able to hit that one from on the stumps.
Into the wind and goes all the way. Hayley Matthews is on the charge.
Yeah, the crowd is loving it. They're all happy to see this. They're here for this. Yeah, first West Indian to hit the maximum into that side of the ground. She's gotten her timing right now.
She looks like a woman on a mission. Brings up the 50 as well for the West Indies. 14 off the over. How does Kaka close out? The timing on this, the placement on this, class personified. 8 overs bowled, 57 for 2.
Off the last over. Hayley Matthews continuing where she left off yesterday on 38 from 27. West Indies have said game on, South Africa. 91 now required from 72. She needs support, but how good was this?
Yeah, excellent to end the over. It's another boundary. The face, she's so glorious. It's such a sight to see.
Yeah, and she knows the responsibility on her shoulders. Early dismissal of Kiana Joseph puts pressure on her, and she'll be asking the rest of the batters, can you stay with me? Series finale. Straight down the ground, Nadine de Klerk will tidy up.
Yeah, this was the first boundary, 4 through the offside. This was the second, the 6 on the leg side. And then she ended the over with this glorious drive.
Well, both out mixing things up today. Sine Lease opening the batting and opening the bowling. Mlaba being held back.
A bit tactical and technical as well, because usually Mlaba has opened the bowling, so the West Indian batters would have been setting their minds that we know how many overs, we know when she comes, we know her variations.
But they're fine. Boundaries, the order of the day for West Indies at the moment. And that required run rate comes down to under 8.
Yeah, sweeping and getting it very fine. And so the square fielder couldn't get around. She knows where the fielders is.
Paced her innings so well yesterday and is in charge here today in this final game. 6 from the over, 63 for 2.
The partnership with 31 from 22. Matthews leading the way with 24 from 12. Charmaine Campbell is supporting. She's on 6 from 10. And this is important for her. Someone needs to stay with the captain.
55 for 1 in the last 5 overs for South Africa, courtesy the young star Mia Smith. Unbeaten 59 to pass South Africa to 147 for 6. West Indies 63 for 2 in pursuit of 148 for victory and a series win. Can they get rid of the dangerous Hayley Matthews and ask questions of the rest of the batters? And Elise back into the attack. Build some pressure here, South Africa. Elise did really well opening the bowling.
Rotating the strike, which is important at this phase. President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. He's here to have a look at the ladies.
You'll be impressed with the young stars and how they've risen up in this tour series. Nicely played by Shemaine Campbell.
And this type of shot releases the pressure on Matthews. And she has been the one scoring the boundaries, but this from Shemaine Campbell, a reverse switch hit. Didn't think she had it in her.
I think both teams would have looked at shot options coming into this final game, knowing how important it is to adapt to these conditions, not allow the bowlers to settle. Even from the over so far, 2 balls to go. You can feel the tension, you can feel the intensity out there.
Yeah, disappointment for Matthews. Just finds the fielder.
Go to the fielder, they get a single. 8 from the over, halfway stage of West Indies innings, 71 for 2. And time now for a Blue Waters drinks break. Hayley Matthews and Shemaine Campbell have got West Indies on track here for victory. 39 from 29 is the partnership, chasing 148 for victory.
She's been exceptional so far, Hayley Matthews. She's on 45 from 35, consisting of 7 fours and 1 6. But it's just the areas that she's been able to score. She's been tempered with her scoring. Her shot selection has been spot on. Wickets to Marizanne Kapp and Ayabonga Kaka, the 2 seamers. Nothing yet from the spinners. And 2 wickets to Harcourt and Kiana Joseph. Port Sekikude off the bowling of Marizanne Kapp. Picked up that fielder going at that delivery, and really Anna Grimmon playing across the line of a straighter delivery from Ayabonga Kaka.
Right now it's the Hayley Matthews show. Player of the match performance yesterday to square the series. She'll want to go one better today and take her team to a series win. Mandla Mashimbi, the headmaster, he's out there. He's been very animated in this team chat. We've got the runs on the board. And Haley Matthews has got the momentum for West Indies. South Africa need a wicket. And who do they turn to after the drinks break? And for 8 in her 2 overs. Get the 11th over underway. The required run rate is 7.7.
For West Indies, similarly, South Africa were 2 for 66. So above when it comes to runs and wickets, just the 2 wickets.
Windies have 9 fours and 2 sixes. In their entire innings, South Africa struck 15 fours, and that 1 6 came off the bat of Mene Smith right in the 19th over. The longer Matthews stays at the crease, West Indies are in charge here. Good batting still to come, like the Chanel Henry. Campbell is a good accumulator, an ideal partner for Matthews in this position.
Yeah, I agree. She's a good runner between the wickets. So she complements this partnership. And she sweeps pretty well, and she'll use her feet against the spinners. A senior player in this team.
West Indies captain on 46. Got it through the gap. There's protection on the boundary. 2 is the call. As we mentioned, the running is good between these two. Pressure on the fielders.
And pressure on Smith as well. After such an innings, she has to do some cleaning up out in the middle.
Up and over. It falls safely. But the intent from Matthews, she was also having a chat with Shane Dietz, the coach. What are the tactics of the second half of this innings? A lot more runs they are chasing than they probably thought at one stage. We were looking at around maybe 120, 130. Game face on for Shane Dietz. Use of the feet, it goes straight through Laura Volthart.
Yeah, excellent rotation of the strike. Those clouds, not ready for those yet.
Matthews seems to have been. She got a move on 18 off that last Ayabonga Kaka over. She's on 49, Hayley Matthews. She'll run 2 runs. And that will be back-to-back 50s in this Women's T20 International Series for Hayley Matthews. And her dad appreciates this effort.
Yeah, brilliant from the skipper. The applause all around the ground. Dad possibly is not very happy because it's not done yet. That's the landmark for him. 79 for 2 after 11.
Lovely atmosphere here, the 3Ws Oval. The West Indies captain standing tall, back-to-back 50s. She's on 51, not out. West Indies on course here, 8 wickets in hand. And Tumise Kukune on the first bowl of this match.
And this is the moment for the West Indian skipper. Proud moment for her dad, Michael Matthews. only the second West Indian player after DeAndre Dutton to score back-to-back 50s against South Africa. But she'll want to go on.
South Africa know a wicket here, and it's tough for the new batter to come in. Tumi Sekukune replacing Masabata Class in the playing 11. Been around for a long time, just 39 matches. Not easy when you're in and out of the team, but the coach has given her a job today, and she's bowling to one of the most dangerous players in world cricket.
Yeah, which is the challenge for her coming into this match, and against Hayley Matthews and a well-set Shemaine Campbell. Partnership 49 from 38 between them. And Chris Daring, the CEO of Cricket West Indies.
Rain starts to fall here at the 3Ws Oval. Ground staff are getting ready. The spectators are trying to take cover, hoping it's just a passing shower. Yep, they've had the permutations out there. The rain comes. This is where we've got to be. 50 partnership this between Matthews and Campbell. 50, just 40 deliveries.
Yeah, good that Matthews has some support in Shemaine Campbell, and yeah, just protecting her bat face.
Driving rain here. The players are still on the field. Ground staff are not looking too harassed right now. Perhaps they know something we don't. Got that through. And that will be 4. Rain really coming down here. The visibility will be tough, but not for Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, excellent shot from her back, pass, point. And to finish off that over. 86 for 2 as the covers make their way on. Yeah, there will be a challenge as it was in the last match. Ground staff doing an excellent job.
Toughest job for them. It's not just the rain, it's the driving wind, gusty conditions. When we got in here today, it's been hot and humid. But as we've spoken, everyone has stopped in their tracks because the rain seems to have abated. And add an hour to the play today for any interruptions. But for now, on DLS, West Indies are 6 runs ahead of South Africa.
The drinks break message from the coach with those combinations, with those workouts. My ground staff, I'm paused because it has sort of eased up a bit. DLS Park won the big screen. 80 runs West Indies needed to be at, and they're on 86.
Rain delay here at the 3Ws Oval gives us a chance to have a look at South Africa's innings. Laura Wolfhard winning the toss earlier today, electing to bat first, and the youngster Mia Naismith with the highest score in T20s, a first international half century, and an unbeaten 59 of 38 powered South Africa to 147 for 6.
Breakthrough innings from Mine Smith. I thought it was excellent the way she went about it, reading the slower deliveries, not afraid to play the shorter deliveries. This has been excellent from all smiles. Maiden half century in T20 International.
So special for her. Only the second youngest South African to score T20I 50 after Laura Wolfhard, as we have a look at the bowling figures for West Indies. Ramharak and Fletcher, brilliant, 2 for 18 and 2 for 28 respectively. And West Indies, though, would have been disappointed with the number of runs that they leaked in the last 5 overs, 55 for 1.
And these were the wickets from the first innings. Asuna Elise was the first to go coming into her first match. And they got the big wicket of Tasmin Britt, set up really nicely. And Karishma Ramharak picked up 2, and then it was reverse. Hayley Matthews also struck. Now Fletcher was at her best as per usual. And it took some good catching in the outfield from young Grimmon. In the end, 147 for 6 South Africa, and in reply, West Indies 86 for 2. Matthews, she's standing out with 56 from 41, and this partnership 54 from 41 between her and Campbell.
Hayley Matthews took leadership out there. Wonderful ball striking. The reason why West Indies are in the position they are is largely because of her happy to go over the top and clear the boundary with absolute ease. Back-to-back half centuries in the series. And she'll know that when the rain stops and she goes out there, she's got to start all over again, because her wicket and puts pressure on the new batters to come in.
Marizanne Kapp and Ayabonga Kaka, the two bowlers, South African bowlers that are successful thus far. But 6 bowlers have been used by South Africa. And 2 wickets to fall for West Indies. Kiana Joseph just fishing at that wider delivery from Marizanne Kapp, luring her into the shot. And to me, Nsukekoni with a good catch. And really Anna Grimmon playing across a straighter delivery from Ayabonga Kaka.
Getting to their second highest score in the series after the 183 in the first game. 147 for 6. In reply, West Indies after 12 overs, 86 for 2. They need another 62 runs from 48 balls for a victory in this match and a series win. Folks, the good news is there's some blue skies around. The rain has abated. We'll take a short break and hopefully be back with live action after this.
Back live here at the 3Ws Oval. The clouds have slightly shifted. The rain is no longer here. 61 needed from 47 for the West Indies. And what we're all happy to see is that there's some blue in the sky. Probably just pad on that one, no back from Hayley Matthews, and signal for things picking up where she left off.
Yeah, I was interested to see how this over in particular goes, because when there's an interruption, it sort of breaks your momentum as a batter. You just really need to get going again. Hayley Matthews picking up that 4 would help.
Similar to yesterday, she looks in control, Samuel.
Yeah, she so often does. Such a wonderful performer for the West Indies over the years, and she knows, though, that there's still quite a long way to go. 56 runs is a lot. So she'll just want to get a rhythm again, get a flow again, get a sweat, that heartbeat pumping, and get back in the groove that she was prior to that rain interruption. Thankfully for her and for the West Indies, it was very brief, so they weren't off the field for too long.
She's found some help at the other end from Shemaine Campbell. The partnership now between the two, 61 from 46 deliveries.
And the other thing too, with the rainfall, the ball will become wet, so the spinners might have some difficulty in gripping. So favor to the West Indies.
.13 gone, 93 for 2.
Yeah, good take down the leg side there by the wicketkeeper. Six bowlers used by South Africa. 3 of them have 1 over each.
You talked about the rain and it possibly affecting spinners. I see an over left Lease, I see an over left from Laba. It's not going to be spin, it's going to be pace. Sakakune continues. Ends up getting 2 for a moment. Hands were in mouths, wondering whether or not that might carry.
Well clipped, but into the wind, so it will hold up. And on the other side, that might have sealed for 6.
Why?
Good take. Wide yes, but excellent take, skipping down that leg side.
Nifty from the wicketkeeper. I haven't seen Tryon into the attack as yet. Another spinner who potentially they can call upon.
Close. Direct hit needed. How big a moment might that be?
I wonder if there was an opportunity at the striker's end as well. Hayley Matthews running towards that end. Direct hit should have been gone. I just wonder if she could have thrown at the other end as well. Wicketkeeper up to the stump, so you didn't need a direct hit there. In that innings of 98 from Tasman, Brits, Joel, what she did well was chosen the end from which she wanted to take on the field. So she hit most of her boundaries with the wind. So Hayley Matthews must factor that in. So batting from this end, maybe a little less risk. Look to just hit it in the gap leg side and possibly run twos, or maybe give yourself room leg side and hit offside. But certainly when you're batting on the opposite end, you can take on that leg side boundary.
There's protection out there, so just one for Campbell. Just to double down on what you were saying, Shakira Selman mentioned it earlier as well. Just 3 sixes prior to Hayley Matthews' 6 today, hit towards that leg side area into the wind. Single brings up the 100 for the West Indies, 100 for 2.
From 36, importantly 8 wickets in hand for the West Indies. Downtown Bridgetown.
This is where Samuel Badri was yesterday, relaxing on his day off. Excellent. Maybe stopped the boundary, but certainly stopped 2.
Yeah, desperation on the field from the captain, leading by example, full stretch. Look at that. She was able to hold on, might have been able to effect a run out.
Slight mix-up, another direct hit. 2 moments in the space of maybe 8 deliveries that Shemaine Campbell could have been run out.
Yeah, I wonder if the bowler could have collected if she was behind the stumps and still been able to run out Shemaine Campbell.
Checking to see, and no check required, no ball, yes.
Yeah, pitch out of the cut strip, so you see those white lines going down there. If it's outside there before the pop and crease, it's going to be called a no ball. So Hayley Matthews was moving across to the offside. The clerk saw that and tried to go wide, but too wide. Free hit.
Doesn't put away the free hit. 4-4 needed from 3-3. Where does this game go? It's pretty much going down towards the wire.
Yeah, batting out of the crease with the wicketkeeper up to the stump. Strange.
Catches the cry, just short. Hitting with the wind. Awareness though, brilliant from Hayley Matthews and Campbell. The ball wasn't dead. Confusion between the fielders.
Yeah, this isn't a good look, is it? Disappointment from the bowler. But then it continued. Disoriented Brits who held on to it, and good awareness from Haley Matthews.
Oh, wow, that does not look good. Definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah, the physio is out there in a flash. It didn't look good. It still doesn't. As a matter of fact, she seems to be in some agony. There was that rainfall. It will be a little bit slippery. I just wonder if it looks like the ankle or the knee or perhaps the hamstring. Not entirely sure. Left foot. Yeah, not entirely sure what that issue is there. Just seemed to pull out of the action, abort at the last moment. Hamstring, it seems. And she seems to be in some pain. Disappointment with the fielding in the previous delivery resulted in an extra run. And now this. But an opportunity, I guess, Joel, for South Africa to regroup a little bit. You know, just there, she's deciding to abort. Might have felt something and then collapses.
Needs to be lifted off. Definitely in pain, but what was good to see as well there just now, that tap from Haley Matthews. That is sportsmanship. You mentioned a chance to regroup, and they will need to Samuel Badri because this game is slipping away from them at the moment. This sportsmanship from Haley Matthews. She's someone who's also felt pain in this sport in terms of various injuries, and just that small moment.
I can see you doing something like that, Joel.
Well, I am in the gym, Samuel Badri.
Biceps.
My arms, they're getting bigger, Samuel. They're almost as big as yours. I think that, you know what? You're right, Samuel. Maybe I am as strong as that.
Right, so we'll have to find someone to finish this over. I just wonder how this affects the plans of Laura Wolvaert and what they would have discussed in that huddle as we head into the final phase of the innings. We haven't seen Tryon as yet, so by default she's been introduced into the attack. South Africa earlier today won the toss, and for 6 times now we've seen them bat first. 147. Smith with a maiden half century in this format. West Indies still 42 runs away, so this game seems to be going down to the wire.
Chloe Tryon will finish up. That is a shot and a half from Shemaine Campbell. Great use of the feet.
Yeah, that was fleet-footed. The moment she released, she was down the track. And a really good connection.
Dot ball to close what was a very eventful over. 110 for 2. 5 overs to go. The question is, how do South Africa rotate their bowlers? Who do they go to? Sunelise will finish her spell. So that's 1 over out of the 5.
Wide and an extra run, so good from Shimeen Campbell. I was wondering how the moisture would affect the spinners, but that doesn't seem to be moisture related.
Seems to be pressure, Samuel. We talked about the opportunity to regroup, but it seems as if, one, they need a wicket, Samuel. Where do they find it? They found the wicket via Sunelise. Has that opened up the game? Drama added to the contest.
Seems to have missed a straight one here. Hayley Matthews going too square, pad onto the stumps. Sunelise lines one up on the target and gets the very, very important wicket. And I think that in itself is an understatement. Matthews goes for another half century, 114 for 3.
Not been the most productive series for Chanel Henry, but here and now is the best time to come up for her side. I asked Samuel, how would they find the wicket? They found it here.
Yeah, why would you ask? All West Indians would be asking, why would you ask that? Even a dad is asking, why would Joel say that?
It was a very neutral commentator. I had to ask Samuel. He's not sure what happened. You just wonder, what does that wicket mean for this contest though, Samuel?
Well, it means a lot of responsibility on these two. Chanel Henry hasn't been at her best in the series.
Massive wicket in that over. 118 for 3.
Has Sunelise given South Africa a chance here in the series finale? The prized wicket of Hayley Matthews for 65. Here's Mlaba to Campbell. Shakira Selman's alongside me. Nerves and tension all around the ground. Matthews was the key, but these are two experienced players.
Yeah, certainly. The two most experienced players after Hayley Matthews. So these are the two you want at the crease if Hayley has been dismissed. Vice captain of the team, Shimeen Campbell. and Chanel Henry, who's recently come back from a Women's Premier League. 29 from 22. You think it's still in West Indies' hands.
Hit with power down the ground. A good stop from Shangazi, who's on for Nadine de Klerk. Keeps it down to a single.
Yeah, good for Chanel Henry initially to target down the ground. It is her strength, but equally good from Shangazi.
Good fielding required from South Africa here. Not many runs to defend. Tees off. This is high. There's a fielder there. Drop catch. This is what South Africa needed. 1 wicket needed to bring 2. You really needed to keep taking wickets. It was in the air for the long time. Tasman Brits made a lot of ground, but just wasn't able to get to it.
Yeah, and it seems as though that was a no ball. Umpire signaling this delivery is a free hit. Just seems to be a fielding infringement. Perhaps had 5 fielders outside the circle. Remember, you're only allowed 4.
Wouldn't have been out had she caught it. But at least that hasn't gone all the way or for a boundary. Still 24 required from 20 deliveries.
Yeah, certainly saved 3 runs, Shangazi.
We tried, was talking today, and she said the calmest team on the field will win today. South Africa have been put under pressure. First by Matthews, and now Campbell and Henry. 1 ball to go in the 17th over. That has gone all the way for 6. What a strike from Shemaine Campbell. A great way to end the 17th over. West Indies 131 for 3.
Yeah, really good from Shemaine Campbell. Good calculation. This is the end she wants to hit from. Goes with the win and goes way beyond the boundary for a vital maximum.
Shemaine Campbell, the highest score in this format, 47, currently on 42. Very useful hand, 42 from 36. Less than a runner ball required for West Indies. 5.67, Marizan Cup now. Marizan Cup has got her hands on her knees. She thought for a moment that she had a wicket. Mia Naismith on the boundary.
Yeah, hit into that strong breeze coming from the east. Way off the boundary, Mia Naismith. I wonder if it just swerved a bit. She was going to her left initially, then had to dive to her right. Yeah, just checking to see whether or not it bounced within the field of play before it hit the rope. Yeah, so close. Looks like it just bounced.
Looks like it bounced just before that boundary cushion. The sun beating down Mia Naismith. She was caught flat-footed. That looks like it's just bounced before the boundary cushion. Namali Pereira confirming that's 4 runs, making the equation 13 more required from 17.
Yeah, no way she's going into the slot. We saw that plan first game. They don't want to allow Chanel Henry to be able to step and hit down the ground. And fans seem relaxed. They know West Indies are just ahead.
Ellie Cole. Good, sensible batting from these two. Calm under pressure.
Yeah, this is the one where her heart had to be in her mouth for a few seconds. Marizanne Kapp clearly disappointed. And not the easiest position to be fielding in. Just looking straight into the sun.
Kiana Joseph with the jokes and keeping the West Indies team nice and relaxed in the change room. And they should be. An outstanding knock from their captain has put them in an excellent position here in this final game. We wanted a good game to finish off the series. Hayley Matthews taking her team to a wonderful win yesterday to square the series. This is what both teams would have wanted. To feel the pressure. South Africa going to the ODI World Cup. Both these teams playing in the T20 World Cup next year. Getting to see some new players in action. Fine-tuning combinations. Marizanne Kapp. Easy as you like. A simple return catch and sees the back of Shemaine Campbell.
Yeah, says I'll do it myself. Does Marizanne Kapp. Slower delivery through the shot way too early, and this time she's able to hold on. Game on maybe. Campbell walks back for a well-played 42 from just 38 deliveries. 136 for 4.
Young rising talent Janelia Glasgow comes out to join Chanel Henry with just 12 required from 13 deliveries.
And Glasgow's here because of this. Clever from the experienced Marizanne Kapp. Easy enough catch.
An update on Nadine de Klerk. She has a left hamstring injury. She was off the field. Nondumisa Shangase fielding in her place. Hope she's going to be okay. But right now, all eyes on the action. 2 new batters at the crease. Janelia Glasgow on strike with 1 ball to go in the 18th. Marizanne Kapp. Ready to go. Can't get it through the ring. She's halfway down the wicket. A direct hit would have made that interesting. Just be calm, says Marizanne Kapp. 2 overs to go, 136 for 4. Another wicket here, and what does that mean, Shakira Salman?
Yeah, it means South Africa perhaps will feel they're slightly ahead. But you would think the batting team should win this game. It's theirs to lose. No run the ball required. From here on in. One boundary puts you well ahead.
2 boundaries wins it for you, says Chanel Henry, and I'm on strike. The pressure that Mandla Mashimbi has allowed his players to feel in this game. Tumise Kukune now to bowl an important over, the 19th over. This could be very well where the game is won or lost.
And she's been tidy to Missy Kukune. But it's the first time she's bowling from this end. It means then the right-handers are hitting with the wind. The plan from the other end was to bowl straight.
She's gone big, Chanel Henry. All the way for 6. Kiana Joseph is enjoying that. So is the rest of the West Indies change room.
Yeah, you called it. 2 boundaries wins the game. That's why you want Chanel Henry at the crease in this situation.
Not able to bowl at the moment, playing as a specialist batter and a finisher. A role she absolutely relishes, Chanel Henry. Last time West Indies won a women's T20 international series against South Africa was back in 2013. 12 years later, Chanel Henry now on strike, 6 required. Crack that through the covers. It's racing to the boundary for 4. Just 2 required now.
Yeah, everyone on their feet. They know the West Indies have sealed this game now. First one 2 straight, this one 2 wide. Good from Chanel Henry to be able to capitalize each time.
6 and a 4 from the first 2 balls. Henry on strike on 18 from 10. Can she finish it off? And run the first one hard, and we'll turn for 2. That will be victory for West Indies by 6 wickets to win this Women's T20 International Series 2-1. Set up by the captain, Hayley Matthews, and finished off in style by Chanel Henry.
Yeah, convincing victory by the West Indies, not just because they've won by 6 wickets, but still with 9 deliveries remaining. What composure from this team. CEO Chris Deering is happy. He's pleased to see the women in maroon winning, and winning against a team that's ranked higher than they are. This is the team that went to T20 World Cup finals last year. West Indies have been able to win a series against them after 8 years.
Incredible, really incredible stuff. Under pressure coming off a losing series against England. They would have been really buoyed by the effort yesterday and determined to take it all the way today. Hayley Matthews, a captain's knock, so well paced. Wonderful smiles all round, and for the spectators that have come through to support the team, they will have enjoyed that, and so will she have. Chanel Henry, 20 from 11, not out. 50 for 2 in the last 30 balls. That is how West Indies charge to victory here at the 3Ws Oval.
Yeah, certainly. They will be pleased. Consecutive series wins for West Indies in terms of T20 internationals. Won that T20 international series against Bangladesh a few months ago, and now they're able to repeat against South Africa, and it'll do them the world of good as they continue to prepare for that 2026 World Cup a few months away in England.
It'll be a tough loss for South Africa to digest. They were in the game for quite a bit of time, but Hayley Matthews was able to just deal with the guessing game early on with the bowling changes and then dominate. The dancing has started, and Kiana Joseph is leading the celebrations here in Barbados.
Yeah, so certainly hugs all around, and it's really good for West Indies that the youngsters have stepped up. It's been more than Haley Matthews this series, this tour. You've seen glimpses of what the future holds for this West Indies team. Zayda James in the 50-over competition. Jazara Clarkson, it really was about her. She shone with ball and back. Janelia Glasgow, she got her first international half century. Shanisha Hector, her first international wicket. Good signs for West Indies going to the future. They have time to build, and they'll be depending on these youngsters on screen to take them forward.
Great stuff from West Indies in the series finale. They would have looked at that total and known how important it was to build partnerships and to have someone score, as Matthews did, 65 from 50, powering their way to victory, a series-winning victory here in Barbados.
Yes, South Africa bowlers just could not penetrate, could not get the big wicket of Haley Matthews. Sunil Liu, the surprise opening bowler today, opened the batting and opened the bowling. 1 for 21. She was excellent today. 2 from Arzan Cap. But the other bowlers, they just could not do enough. Just a solitary wicket for Ayabonga Kaka, but she went at 11th. That was way too much, defending 147.
The West Indies secured their 100th win in women's T20 internationals, including super over wins. There'll be lots to be written about this team. Rising stars alongside the experienced campaigners, winning handsomely here at the 3Ws Oval.
And this was the winning moment off the bat of Chanel Henry after striking a maximum and a boundary. Yeah, they knew it. A series win, and they are excited.
The highest score by a West Indies captain in women's T20 internationals against South Africa. The locals here, the dignitaries here, enjoying what they've seen from Haley Matthews and her charges. Lots to smile about. Yes, Audie running to mommy, Affie Fletcher. Proud moments, and there'll be celebrations galore tonight at the hotel. Look at that smile. This is beautiful scenes. It's why we love West Indies cricket. It's the passion, the charisma, the joy. Beautiful to see. A wonderful white ball series between South Africa and West Indies, starting with the CG United ODI series. West Indies winning the first one, South Africa powering their way to victory in the next 2. The T20 International Series really brought the young stars to the fore, and in the end, West Indies back-to-back wins to seal the CWI T20 International Series 2-1. So both teams getting a series each and lots to work on for the future. Right, we'll take a short break from Barbados. When we come back, we'll have the post-match presentation with Samuel Badri.
Yeah, welcome back to the 3Ws Oval here in Barbados, where we just saw the final match of this tour. Congratulations to the West Indies women winning this one by 6 wickets and winning the series 2-1. Welcome to the end of series presentation then in this tour. West Indies women up against South Africa women. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors who have made this series possible: CG United, Betcage Sports, Blue Waters, Courts, Macron and Coca-Cola. It's my pleasure now to introduce the captain of South Africa, Laura Woolvat, to join me here for a quick chat. Laura, first of all, commiserations on the result today and in this series in particular. Let's start with that batting effort, 147 on the board. Your thoughts on that?
I thought it was enough initially. Miane batted really well. It was still a bit on the slow side, the wicket, so I thought 148 was going to be a decent chase.
And sum up the overall game from your perspective.
Yeah, obviously very disappointing. Disappointing way to end our trip over here. I think they batted very well. Haley batted very well. It's very hard to get around. And then Henry, obviously the power at the end. Probably missed with our lines a bit with the ball. I think we got hit quite a bit square on a slow wicket where you just want to stay tight on the stumps.
And what would be then your key sort of takeaways from this tour overall?
Yeah, look, today I think there were a lot of small things that we got wrong in the moment, that no ball, the missed field, stuff like that. So I think we just need to keep tightening up on the small little things to make the end product a bit better.
And the positives that you would take from you as you head back to South Africa?
It's been very nice to see a lot of different people contributing. Our whole batting lineup has been pretty good. Our previous tour as well, we had different people stepping up at different moments. So it's a very exciting group of youngsters coming through with the ball as well. So it's been very nice seeing different people putting their hands up.
I want a little bit on Miane Smith, only her third T20I, registering that half century, the second youngest to do so. How good is she?
Yeah, that was an amazing innings. I was really impressed by her bravery and her options today. Went to that reverse sweep early, went to her lap, went to her sweeps, got nice pulls away as well. So it looks like she has all areas covered, and it was very impressive innings.
Laura, I want to thank you and your team for coming on this tour. I want to wish you safe journeys home and all the best in that one day World Cup.
Thanks for having us.
That's Laura Woolvat, captain of South Africa. I now would like to call on the successful captain, the captain of the West Indies, Hayley Matthews. She is, of course, the player of the match, so she'll receive that award. Hayley, if you can just come here, you can collect your award firstly for player of the match for that half century and 1 for 26. I also want you to collect as well the player of the series award. 147 runs, 2 wickets, 2 half centuries, and helping your team to win this series. So congratulations, Hayley. Let's first of all deal with today. You might need some help with holding your custom getting awards. Last night you had a few, today a few more. Tell us about today's batting performance firstly. How much did you enjoy that, and what was your thought process?
Yeah, I think it was really good to see how we went about our innings. Probably started a bit slow on a wicket that was slightly better than yesterday. However, I think the way Shemaine Campbell was able to come in and kind of ease the pressure off of me was really, really helpful. And just the option she chose, hitting nice and strong down the ground, building her innings and then accelerating at the end.
Yeah, so when you go out to bat 147, you know the responsibility is there on you. What's your sort of planning for your innings?
I think just play my low-risk shots really early on, wherever they might look like. Hitting through the offside and along the ground really hard, trying to pierce the field, and then as I get deeper on in my innings, trying to accelerate as well. I feel like today I definitely had a bit of a slow start and was getting a bit frustrated, but yeah, like I said, Shemaine was able to come in and kind of relieve that pressure off of me and make it easier for me to just, I guess, bat a bit more.
And if we can go back to the first innings, 147 on the board, how did you feel about that bowling effort?
Yeah, I think we did a really good job to get them to 147 after the start they had. I think they were really good in the power play, and then we were able to kind of pull it back, and then they got away again at the end. So going through the middle overs, probably would have wanted it somewhere closer to 130, 135. But at the same time, feel like they had a really good start, and I think at the beginning of the day, we would have definitely taken chasing 147.
I know you're someone who really prides yourself on your personal performance. This series, couple half centuries, leading run scorer, some wickets. Overall, how pleased are you with your output?
Yeah, pretty good series, I think, for myself. I was probably a bit disappointed after the ODI series with the runs tally. So, yeah, just super happy that I was able to bounce back in the T21 and, most importantly, contribute to the team's success.
And from a team perspective, it's the first time that you've won a bilateral series against this opposition since 2013. Overall, how is this team growing and developing?
It shows a lot of progress for sure. We've got so many young players within the group, and for us to be able to come and win this series from the position that we were in, I think after the ODI series as well, with them probably having a psychological advantage as well, just shows a lot of fighting spirit within the team. And I think the way we did it with young ones contributing, as well as the experience that we would have seen in the last two games as well, shows that we're able to, will have been able to build something and really merge the experience and new players together really well.
Yeah, wonderful performance from you and your team. I'll just ask you to collect the winning trophy. Give me that mic firstly. Collect the winning trophy from Mr. Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket at Cricket West Indies. Wonderful from Hayley Matthews and her team. Hayley Matthews once again performing when it matters most for the West Indies. Player of the match, player of the series. I'll now ask you to join your team in celebration. Series win for the West Indies.
A proud moment for West Indies women's team with a series victory win against South Africa after some 12 years. A proud moment for Hayley Matthews, and West Indian fans can finally smile again. They're all pleased to see Hayley Matthews lead from the front, but they're probably perhaps happier to see young players stepping up to the fore. Good future for West Indies ahead. Hayley Matthews, player of the match, player of the series. Awards last night, awards today. Yeah, she deserves all the accolades, Hayley Matthews. And they have every reason to celebrate this West Indies team, a very young team, 5 players below the age of 21, a bright future ahead for them. Yeah, the player who does it all, Hayley Matthews, led from the front with the ball, led from the front with the bat, and excellent management of her players. Shemaine Campbell too, excellent for West Indies today in particular. Hayley Matthews alluded to her role that she played in helping her to get through that tough stage. Management staff will be happy as well. Good planning from West Indies and even better execution in these last 2 games to come back from behind. They were worn down at the start of the series, and just to bounce back and to really stay calm, focused, and keep that fighting spirit that Hayley Matthews has been asking for, that has led them across the line. Since 2013, they haven't won a series against South Africa. 2025 is the year that has changed. A reminder of what happened today. West Indies lost the toss for the first time this series. South Africa won, but yet again, they opted to bat. Star of the show was Mayonnaise Smith. Only her 3rd T20 international, and she got her maiden half-century, 59 not out of just 38 deliveries, getting her side to 147 for 6. Karishma Ramarat was good with 2 for 18 from her forward, 2 for Fletcher as well, 1 for Matthews, and first international wicket for Shanisha Hector, 1 for 38. Hayley Matthews, she led the show, 65, and got her team across the line. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with analysis.
Reasons to smile for the West Indies women. They clinch this series and they take it 2-1. A magnificent win in this final T20 International. I've got Cass Naidu alongside of me, along with Stacey and King. Stacey probably smiling a bit more than Cass on this occasion. Stacey, sum up this last T20 International for me from a West Indian perspective.
Yeah, I thought they let things go just a bit when South Africa were batting to the back end. That 55 runs that was scored in the last 5 overs, after they did well to put pressure on and pick up wickets, which was important because they knew that once Tasmin Britt and Laura Wolfert and Suna Luce, who came in that opening position, once they got off, it would have been problems to just hold them back. But they did well, picked up wickets at crucial time. But that 55-run partnership, that 55 runs to the back end at those last 5 overs, I think Haley possibly thought that it was too much. It would have been too much for South Africa.
From a South African perspective now, Cass, how would you sum up this 30-20 International?
I think taking from what Laura Wolfert said at the post-match presentation, they felt they had enough runs on the board. 147 felt like it was enough. But Hayley Matthews was brilliant, and you've got to give her credit for how she constructed her innings, and partnerships were so important. South Africa, though, it's a match they should have won. Enough runs on the board, perhaps not as tight in the field, and from a bowling perspective, just weren't able to settle with the presence and the pressure that Hayley Matthews created.
You talked about Hayley Matthews, and obviously we have to focus on her. Another half century in this one. What was different about it and what was special about it, Stacey?
I think it's the similarities in both innings. The fact that she had to apply herself, it was tricky. She admitted it was tricky in the last match yesterday, and being able to repeat that. So probably the quick turnaround time actually worked for Matthews and the West Indies women, because she also knew that she had to be a big part or play a big role in West Indies getting over the line. She had to bat majority of the overs, and she was there until she was unfortunately dismissed, but it was already set.
Cass, I'll let you weigh in on this one as well. Obviously, as somebody who appreciates women's cricket, tell me about Hayley Matthews, the star that she is.
There's a reason she's the #1 player in this format in the world. When she's at the crease, she doesn't allow you to settle as the bowlers. And we saw that in the untidy fielding from the South Africans. When she was out there batting, she knew exactly what the target was. And it's the energy in this team that she's managed to create. Youngsters alongside the experienced players. And I think Stacey will agree with me, she backs her team.
Yeah, most definitely. Backing Kiana Joseph up top to play her natural game. Backing really Anna Grimmon coming in at #3, a very inexperienced player. Backing the others, especially Shemaine Campbell, who hasn't really had the series that she wanted, but knowing that she's a senior player, knowing that the partnership was important, an 81+ run partnership between both of them to get the team into the best position.
Yeah, you're talking about that partnership, and you look at that 42 from Shemaine Campbell. How crucial was it? Highest 3rd wicket partnership for West Indies women's team as well.
Yeah, I thought it was an excellent one. It was an important one in the context of this match. Seeing Shemaine play her shots and advance down the track is where you saw that she was really comfortable using her feet against the spinners. So you know something had to give. You knew it would have been a good innings, a big innings from her. But I think Hayley Matthews was the key. Her being in the middle and being able to talk these players through their innings, that we don't need big boundaries just yet. We need to just rotate and stay at one point above that Duckworth Lewis and Stern record.
Yeah, as an experienced player, that's what you want to see from Shemaine Campbell, and she delivered. From a South African perspective, something that we've not truly seen from them is letting themselves down in the field. What might have contributed to that today, Cass?
It shows what pressure does. It's a series finale, everything on the line, and Chloe Tryon spoke about it. She said the calmest team on the field will win. South Africa weren't calm out there today, and they'll go back. They pride themselves on top fielding. We've seen that throughout the tour, and they'll go back and reflect on this and say, if we want to go all the way, especially in a World Cup, we're going to have to get the basics right. So lots of opportunity for youngsters as well. Coach Mandla Mashimbi has tried different combinations. If he just wanted to win the series, perhaps Masabata Klaas would have been playing today. but a star for the future. Mia Naismith, at the age of 20, showed such maturity, great shot options, and a composure at the crease will teach a lot of the experienced players just how to go about it. A fearless cricketer, and someone will find herself in the playing 11 a lot more in the future.
Yeah, I truly enjoyed having that conversation with her at that mid-innings break. The smile that she had, you just saw that, she truly enjoyed, this performance. She talked about the fact that this third T20 international, she kind of began to found her gear in it. Of course, made her debut in this series as well as begin to reflect now. What are your takeaways from this series, Cass?
I think the big takeaway for me is that the coach is able to look at all the resources. His first chance to be in charge of the T20 unit, and his ability to see the youngsters who has what it takes. Karabo Miso and Mia Naismith given an entire series to prove themselves. He's also said to Tumi Sekukune, here's an opportunity in this final T20 international. So it's almost like we call it coaching idols here, because he needs to find out who are the great combinations for the World Cup, the ODI one coming up, and the T20 World Cup next year. So it's looking good for South Africa. Maybe not the series result they would have wanted, but he would have picked up a lot from the series.
Stacey, as today's winner, the final answer comes from you. What are you happy about in this series for the West Indies women?
Yeah, I think Haley hit it spot on in her interview, just mentioning those younger players being able to come to you. You saw Jazara Claxton, you saw Janila Glasgow scoring a half century, you saw Shonisha Hector, just giving those players the opportunity to grow a bit more and understand their game and understand situations and what is needed from them. I think that has been the highlight of this series for me.
Well, the last words belong to Stacey Ann, and this is how things have shaped up across this series. The final T20 International, South Africa won the toss for the first time in this series, opted to bat and posted 147 for 6. In reply, West Indies women, they got over the line, 148 for 4, winning by 6 wickets. So this is the series in its entirety. The ODI series, South Africa women, they won that 2-1. And then West Indies decided it was time to come back, and they took that series 2-1. Women's action done and dusted. In a couple days, we head across just down the road to Kensington Oval to watch the opening test match of West Indies taking on Australia. Cass and Stacey, I want to say thank you for joining me. Cass, I want to say, unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to you, but we enjoyed having you here. Stacey, I mean, you're only 30 minutes away from home, being Trinidad and Tobago, but we certainly enjoyed having you. So now it's time, guys, to do my favorite thing, to wave goodbye. That is it. The moments and the scenes, the West Indies women, they are enjoying it. They win the series. It belongs to them. Thank you for joining us, and it's time to say goodbye. Today decides it all. West Indies women taking